We're going to set up a fight for Ricardo Cottrell here against A-Rod, of all people. Coming out of retirement from baseball, he grew a bunch. He grew like, I don't even know, 4 inches, 5 inches, and has come back into boxing here at the advanced age of like 51 or something. But it is, in fact, that Alex Rodriguez. It's not. It's not that Alex Rodriguez. It's a different Alex Rodriguez. But it's going to be Ricardo Cottrell versus Alex Rodriguez. He's from Beecher. I have no idea where that is. So we're just going to have it at the Memorial Auditorium in Lowell, Mass. No, I'm kidding. And the Charles F. Dodge City Center in Pembroke Pines. The New York Theater. That sounds fine with me. 2000, we'll sell that out. The main event of the evening. I was thinking about giving Fred Morales here. I like this Christian Solis fight. Have they fought already? No. He's fought Lloyd Kid Winkler. Lloyd Kid Winkler's fought everybody. He's like James Toney. Lloyd Kid Winkler is like Lloyd Kid Winkler's fought everyone. Lamont Williams versus Marcus Menard. This might be a banger of a fight. It might be a little too much of a banger. I kind of want to keep Lamont undefeated. Angel King is one of ours. Hector Leos. Would he beat Hector Leos, though? Hector Leos has good takes punishment and good power. Lawrence Hill is a special fighter. Saucedo Briones? Thought it said bronies for a second. I was like, pause. Abraham Garcia, I think, is the best fight here for Lamont Williams. Even if his record's crap, I just think it's the best fight. John Gray, also with a crap record. I'm not going to fight Randy. How about Christian Dalton? That's a good one for Jose Williams. See that one. Jermaine Ramos fight. He's got Edgar Lopez, who's undefeated, and Adam Lopez. Two Lopez's combining to be 50-0, and they would both beat the crap out of Ramos, and don't you forget it. Muhammad Estrada. I feel like, have we fought Muhammad Estrada before? Yeah, he's fought Ramos before. I mean, I guess it could be a rematch. Mike Smith is undefeated and is not that good, so we'll take him out. That'll be a good win for Jermaine Ramos, who has 3 losses on his record, to take out an undefeated fighter if he can. Jorge Lara. There's a lot of dangerous super flyweights, man. There's a lot of good super flyweights here. Francisco Solis. I almost want to make that one a main event. There's some really good fights here for Max Rice. Christian Colon probably being the one he's the most likely to win. Edgar Gonzalez being a very interesting one due to his kind of all over the place skill set. I mean, this is an action fighter right here. All the power, none of the chin. Something's going to happen. But yeah, Jorge Lara, also a good fight. I like Christian Colon the most. And then we'll round out the card. We'll give Angel King another easy win. I feel like a lot of these fighters are in the same couple divisions. Again, a lot of hard fights here for Angel King. Hector Leos will be interesting. I feel like that'll be a good fight to start off the card and a potential big challenge there for Angel King. We've got a title fight to watch here. Let's see where it was. It is Ramiro Alim, who had one of the better knockouts you'll see, one of the better performances you'll see in his last fight against John Pottsy. And now he's got a big challenge in Battle Tiranov here, who may be his better. He doesn't have the stamina, but boy does he have the hands. Not a great defensive fighter, but huge punching accuracy, huge punching power, huge dedication, and huge aggression. He's a dangerous fighter for sure. He is very much not lost in this sim, and he just had a KO1 over Peter Sark, who he has beat twice. For the light heavyweight champion of the world, just about every belt there could be. Round 1, let's watch it on fast. First fight of the night, just feel like watching it on fast. Love how long these boxing manager episodes can be. These OTP episodes, especially the playoff episodes, I've been doing so much editing. It's a big first round for Ramiro Alim over Tiranov. And a big start to the second round for Aleem as well. Before Tiranov strikes back here, it's big first minute for both fighters. As Tiranov continues to throw, trying to pile it on Aleem, as Aleem needs to come up with an answer here. He's taking damage. Tiranov beginning to beat up Aleem. Can Aleem come back with some answer? What a streak there by Tiranov. He really went on a run there against Aleem and started damaging him heavily. 5 power shots. Aleem still damaged. Bad cut over his left eye. He needs to come up with an answer. It's a big power shot on Tiranov. Just what was needed from the champion. As the two undefeated fighters go toe for toe and blow for blow. Big damage on both. This is turning into another classic fight. How long can Aleem keep engaging in these wars? He's still the more damaged of the two. Tiranov not even showing half the damage of Aleem now, but there's no punches to start round 4. It is Tiranov being the aggressor, holding the ring control. So few power punches until Aleem lands a couple there and steals the round. It's a smart round there for Aleem. That could end up being a very important round if he comes out ahead, as his damage is now a fraction of what it was just a round ago, and Tiranov is going to have to work that damage back, and that'll go a long way. It's a knockdown. Aleem gets up at 3, but he's right back in trouble for the second straight fight, and that's another knockdown. Aleem up at the count of 4. It's so much damage from Tiranov. Aleem very impressive to get off the deck and throw anything, but it's a big round for Tiranov. Big round for the challenger. 2 knockdowns, and he's way ahead in this fight now. And Ramiro Aleem is going to have to pull it out of the fire just like he did last time. Big shots from Aleem, but Tiranov landing back. Tiranov looking like he may just be too much to handle. The Russian may just be too much to handle for Ramiro Aleem. But Ramiro Aleem landing big power shots. He's got Tiranov damage. It's another knockdown. The third knockdown of the fight for Tiranov. 5, 6. Akeem up at the count of 6, and the round comes to an end. But Aleem has been knocked down 3 times. He controlled that round very well, but then got knocked down, so probably lost the round. And now he's facing a big deficit with no energy, and he's been damaged for a long time, and Tiranov is going to chase the finish and probably get it. And this appears to be it, and that is it for Ramiro Aleem's undefeated record, as Batal Tiranov is the new Champ Magazine WBC, IBF, WBO World Light Heavyweight Champion. As he chases that finish in round 7 and gets it, and Ramiro Aleem, too many knockouts, too many power punches, Tiranov's power and accuracy and aggression. It just proved to be far too much. An impressive show there by Batal Tiranov. And let's see if Aleem can ever get his belts back. But what a fighter he has been. And we've got a crazy super bantamweight. This is definitely undisputed. That's for 5 belts for sure. I see all of them there. Big super bantamweight undisputed clash. And I'm not even going to try to pronounce these names, but the South African Sishi versus, I can't even pronounce, I'm just calling this guy Sore. But yeah, he beat Ramon Salapi. So he is going for the undisputed. I remember we mentioned him going for the undisputed. Now he is against Sishi. So Sishi versus Sore will be next week before our event as well, another title fight. And this one's going to be crazy, Sishi versus Sore. Sishi would be a big upset. That would be a big upset. That one might even be fun to put some money down. And look at Tony Seals. Tony Seals is now ranked by 3 belt organizations. A significant moment in the save here. Look at that. Tony Seals, a world-ranked middleweight, 20 years old, from New Brunswick, New Jersey. 15-0 with 11 KOs. And, I mean, he's got some real wins on the record. You can't say. I mean, everybody remembers that Gun Crusher win. Corey Mattis. Dwayne Judah to start. Even Gennaro Delgado was a decent win to start out. That's a decent fighter. Here, very early in his career. His first win was against Ibrahim Tulaloa, who we know is a very good fighter. He's beat him twice, actually. I didn't even notice he fought Tulaloa twice. But he's had 2 good fights with Tulaloa. Where Sindez not a... he is. He's kind of mid. But Antivaros and Warburton are real fighters and real wins. And Tony Seals is now a world-ranked middleweight. And You'd hope it's just a matter of time for Andy Fitch. He's ranked 26th by the WBO. I think we already knew that. Steve Urban, I doubt, is ranked. Yeah, I don't think we have any other fighters who are world ranked. Speaking of world ranked, we've got this fight. We've got Muratov also. It's only for 1 belt. Does Muratov have any belts? He has the WBA, and he's just defending it. Okay. So Sishi versus Soar here. This is going to be a crazy fight. And let's take a look at the betting odds. I want to see how big of an underdog Sishi is. Sishi is a 2-1 underdog. So I'm definitely going to put 200K on that out of our 4 million. Speaking of having a lot of money, we should expand the gym. But this is a very fun fight to bet on. Just see if Sishi can get a win here, can get a big upset over Soar. I kind of doubt it, but I bet on it anyway. Round 1. We're going to go fastest because they're littler guys. There might not be a KO in round 1. Big first round for Sishi. That's what we want to see. Who is apparently the champ. I guess it's because Soar is the undisputed and he's just fighting for Sishi's, I'm guessing his WBA belt, but I'm not. Yeah, I think it was the WBA. This is the one that Sishi has. Round 2. That's a more even round. Probably give it to Soar. Sishi with a cut over his eye. That's another close round, man. This is a close fight. Doesn't have the most action. Sishi's thrown the only power shots. Power shots from Soar in that round, but Sishi throws more. You could say Sishi probably won that round, but it's narrow, and he is the more damaged fighter. It's still a very even tactical fight, and some big damage there from Soar. Definitely won that round. Soar with a big round in this one, and now Sishi's going to have to cover up. It seems like Soar just has a big power advantage and seems to be chasing the finish already. But it's a nice round off the back foot from Sishi as Soar has blood coming from his nose. Round 8. Big statistical advantage from Soar, and now has a big energy advantage. Has Sishi damaged. Big round off the back foot from Sishi before he gets knocked down. Struggles up to his feet at the count of 9. And it ends up being a round that looked like it was going to go to Sishi that goes to Soar, and Sishi is damaged and out of energy, but he fights off the back foot again. He's doing a good job fighting while damaged, at least keeping himself in the fight physically, albeit he's probably well behind on the scorecards and needs a finish. You could argue he won that round too. Let's watch the last round on fast. I doubt this is close on the scorecards, but Sishi has put up an honorable fight here for South Africa as Soar starts to pour it on here in round 12. 9 punches, already in the double digits. He's controlling the round. And Soar is basically just going to put a stamp on it here in his last round unless Sishi can throw a bunch of combos here. He does throw a combo or two, but it's not enough. And it's going to be a pretty wide, unanimous decision win for Soar, who is now the undisputed super bantamweight champion of the world. And our second undisputed champion in any weight class in this save. Let's take a look at the rankings just to confirm it. We have I believe, super bantamweight. There's Soar. And what is the other division where we have an undisputed champion? Is it welterweight? Yes, Johnny Donovan is the undisputed. It says featherweight, but I think it's welterweight. Yeah, welterweight. Johnny Donovan is the undisputed welterweight champion, and Soar is the undisputed super bantamweight champion. And this would be the obvious fight here. Celsius Fandy, who is 36-0. Man, would that be a crazy fight. 36-0 versus 26-0. And Soar, this is a fun fighter where it's like the 20 defense, the 20 punching power. Who's going to beat this guy? When is he going to lose? Because he is beatable. He cuts easy. He doesn't have good intelligence. His stamina is not great. His conditioning's poor. So somebody could definitely tire this guy out and beat him. It just hasn't happened yet. And he's looked beatable in his first 2 fights. But he's also clearly one of the better fighters in the world, regardless of his flaws. So how long will it take him to lose his belt, and who will it be to come up out of the rankings and knock him off? As we do lose our bet, but who really cares? We're not going to watch that title fight. Carlos versus Valero, we're not going to watch that one either. Let's see, what is the next big title fight we're going to watch? It's for 2 belts. I don't really even know that I care about this one. I don't care about that one either. It's our event here. I don't know that I care about this one either. It's a minor featherweight. Yusupov versus Dwayne Little. This is for one belt. But I do tend to like Yusupov fights. Kapachev versus Perez. This is the super middleweight title. And this is for a lot of belts on July 4th. So I'll probably watch that one. That's in a while, though. So I guess if we want title fights, we are going to have to watch this this weird featherweight scrap that I don't really know about. I don't know about either of these fighters. And then we've got this Dwayne Little Yusupov fight that's for one belt that we'd only be watching just because we like Yusupov. And basically him trying to rise back after that loss to Potsy. And then he gets knocked out by a fighter called Cody Clark and avenges the loss. I might watch this fight just because for some reason I'm getting invested in Yusupov. I'd love to see him come up and challenge Turinov for the light heavyweight belt. That would be an awesome fight, Yusupov versus Turinov. Just a hypothetical. Hopefully that fight happens one day. Tony Seals is going to open up to headline the main event here. Come off the injured list, so we're going to make that one. And oh, this is the result. Got it. Seals, we're absolutely giving you a new contract. Give him a 5-fight. You are the star of the show as of now. You know what? One more week. Let's wait for David Flores to come open as well. Who's this guy Johnny Donovan's fighting? He's pretty good. Indonesian. We'll see. We'll see if he can beat Donovan. But he's getting a shot at the pound for pound. And Tony Seals, right here. You've got the Asian middleweight champion. Pretty strong fighter. World ranked. But we also have some world ranked guys down the list. This guy, we can't fight him. They don't want to fight us. Anybody in the region we could beat? Dwayne Pryor. Tommy Helms is 10-0. He's pretty impressive. Maynard Mahashin. Well, he takes punishment well, but that's about it. We're going to beat him up, I feel like. Edgar Daniel Sanchez, not even in the top 100. Let's fight Maynard Mahashin. That seems like a pretty easy win over a guy who doesn't really have the level of boxing talent we have. I feel like we should have this at some casino in Las Vegas, actually. I weirdly feel like that fits. I saw some casino. Whatever, sure, Atlantic City, same difference. Same thing. Same exact same. Spider Angel? Bro, that's gotta... David Flores versus Spider Angel. Book it. We don't have to think about it anymore. Easy. Easy. You're fighting Spider Angel. Don't ask any questions. Don't ask any questions. No, he's not an actual spider. Get out there. Max Kabeni. I mean, Gabriel McCreary has 3 losses, so I just can't trust him. Like, why have you lost 3 times? Jermaine Selden, I wish he had, like, real opponents. I wish he had, like, top 100 guys to fight, because Gabriel McCreary deserves it. But let's just let him destroy Nick Robles. I just want him to move up the rankings. I barely care who he fights or what their record is. I just think he should be higher in the rankings. Steve Irvin can get a big win here. Carlos Octavio Martinez. There's some really tough, high-level fights in here. But Shondell Terrell Brown is in the top 50, and I think I'm going to take that one because I just want to improve my boy's career. And he has 1 loss, so again, we're going to learn a lot. If he loses or wins, we're going to learn a lot, and he'll be able to pick off a guy with a lot of losses who's pretty high up the rankings. And this may not be an event full of gimmies, but we are booking opponents with a fair share of defeats here. Irving Fitch. There's Matthias Salapi. I'm not going to try to pronounce this guy's name, but it's also not a great fight. It's kind of tough to book fights for Fitch at this point because he's getting a little up the rankings. His record is so good. And some of the opponents he has available are, I hate to say it, better than him. And it makes me afraid for his prospects of going up the rankings. Pablo Acosta, I kind of like this fight for Fitch. He's pretty highly ranked. He's coming off a loss, though. And I think it might be a decent fighter for Fitch to pick off. And if not, it'll be a fun fight. He might take some damage, though. Did Ron already fight Dale? I think Ron already fought Dale. Golden Jonathan. Love some of these Nigerian fighter names. Let's do that. Randy Dale versus Golden Jonathan. Awesome fight. And I think, you know what? I think we're just going to book a full night of fights here. 9 fights. It's a little much. Little unrealistic, but whatever. If you like boxing, you have come to the right place. Lawrence Hill versus Benegas is top 200. He'll beat him. And then Keenan DeRocha. Jamie Gallagher's a little tough. I kind of like him fighting a rookie. Or at least somebody a little young. Ramon Montiel isn't that good and doesn't have any knockouts. I feel like DeRocha can beat him. I just like getting DeRocha knockouts too because he has an impressive knockout record. Here. Christian Usainov is fighting for a couple belts. This might be fun to watch. He's had a few fun fights, I think, that we've watched. But this isn't that good of an opposition here. So I actually don't know if I'm going to watch this fight. I think he's going to win it. Fun strawweight fight. Don't know that I'm going to watch it. Don't know either of these guys. That's it. We're going to move forward. See who wins those title fights and get to our event because we still haven't done any of our own fights yet, which is crazy. I know there's a big fight in July. Gomez is going to tangle with Roberto Prescott. I think he should win that one. Prescott doesn't look that good. And it's time for our fights. It's going to be Angel King versus Hector Leos to start. Leos has good punch power here, not a lot of stamina. Let's see if he can make this fight against King. Big first round by King, but he took damage. We're going to keep it on natural style. Hope he wins another round. That one was a little rough. This is a fight. Let's put it on fast. We'll do one more natural style round. Early power punches in the round by King. Leo with the ring control landing shots. Back and forth they go. Leo's still in control of the round. More shots from Leos, but it's back from King. King now taking control of the round with shots. Comboing off. Leos counters, and it's another Angel King round. We have too much damage on us to really go to the body. I don't know about pile-on pressure. I think I'm going to jab and move, just given the skill sets. We have so much energy on him. I want to avoid damage. He lands a couple on us. Jabbing and moving is really not working. He's chasing us around and punching us, apparently. We're not very good at jabbing and moving. Seemed like he would be. He's got good accuracy, but no, we're getting our ass kicked by Leos in this round. Here we start to land there. Find a way through and make it a little even. Maybe even win the round. It says Leos took the round, but I don't know about that. I don't know why he necessarily would have. He led in power punches. We've got a lot more energy. We're closer to getting stopped. I think I am going to cover up this round because we need to reduce the amount of damage, and I hope that it entices him to come forward a little bit and burn his energy, but I think he is conserving a little bit. It seems he's kind of giving us this round. He's starting to throw. Now it's back a little more even. King throws back and probably took it. But he's still got some energy on him in Leos. And King taking control. Not anymore. Leos right back. Forget I said anything. King landing power shots. Crazy back and forth round that ends very even. It's a very close fight. And it's going to be scored 58-56 and 59-55 for the winner by unanimous decision, Angel King, who keeps his undefeated record. Now 5-0, only 2 knockouts, but I feel like we've given him some stiff competition. This was an especially tough fight, and Hector Leos gave him a big run for his money, and he for sure took some damage and learned how to fight after sustaining damage in that fight for sure. So an impressive early career performance there. And it's Max Rice versus Christian Collin. And Max Rice is just a little better than Christian Collin. Hopefully that plays out in the fight. He gets a knockdown on the first punch. You see that? Just knocked him down right out of the gate. To the body. Ooh, lots of damage. That's going to do some damage, and that should be the finish. That's right. Max Rice now 12-1-1. Now it's Jermaine Ramos against the undefeated Mike Smith, who's a very accurate puncher. Questionable stamina. It's a 10-rounder. So let's see how the start is from Ramos here. It's a big start from Smith, rather. Big round from Smith there. Uh-oh. I'm going to go to the body, actually. We need to damage him. And we'll go cover up. We're down big in this fight right now, but we're not down big on energy. He's just stomping us, huh? See, this is what I'm talking about with punch accuracy, man. Really, like, punch accuracy is kind of broken in this game. A fighter with good punch accuracy is always capable of fights like this. I'd say at some point it's going to feel more like we're going to put it on... let's do smother inside. No, he just teed off on us. We came back at the end of the round. It's still pretty even. We're way down. Let's try... I pile on pressure. I don't know. I think let's just try natural style. He's still going to outpunch us, probably. No. All right, let's go to the body and try to get rid of the last of his energy, and then we're going to try to knock him out. He throws so freaking much. Let's do look for KO in round 9, and then pile on pressure or go for broke in round 10. We don't get the KO and we're out of energy, so let's do go for broke, because we're going to lose this fight. And Jermaine Ramos, I'm very impressed with a lot of his attributes, but they haven't played out in the ring. It could be his ring IQ, it could just be the mid-punch accuracy, it could just be bad matchmaking. This clearly isn't very good matchmaking by me here against Mike Smith. But, 4-0 with 4 knockouts. He might not get a knockout in this fight. We might end his knockout streak, but he's going to beat us if we don't get a miracle KO here. And Ramos, for all the stamina, it just proves that those take punishment and... if these were both down low, I might not be thinking so high of Jermaine Ramos. And these are two categories that don't... It's not... Well, taking punishment matters, but taking punishment being 20 isn't, necessarily as special as a lot of these other things being 20. It just means that he gets punched well. And, it makes a bad matchup against the guy with good punch accuracy because he's just going to sit there and take the punishment. No, so... I'm starting to feel like Jermaine Ramos is not long for this promotion unless he can get a KO here. Throws a lot of punches, doesn't get a KO, and he's going to come up short probably on all 3 scorecards, and he does. It's a unanimous decision win for Mike Smith. And I don't think I'm going to mess around with it. He's got a lot of fans and a lot of talent. Look at the 4 conditioning. He's still got fights. He's got 4 fights left on his contract. Let's just give him another fight on an undercard. I'm going to give him a tough fight, though. I want to cut him. I really do. That's a bad place for a fighter to be where your promoter's like, I want to cut him. I want him off the roster. But seriously, I want an excuse to... we can just upgrade the gym and it won't make any difference. But I want to be a little more selective this playthrough. I had way too many fighters last time I played this game. So just for personal reasons, I would like to keep the number of fighters lower. And Jermaine Ramos is giving me every excuse to cut him, despite seeming to have superstar potential. As we're losing rounds here, Williams is dropping rounds to this absolute nobody. Let's just do natural style, please. There's a knockdown. Good round there. Let's stay natural style, keep it safe, and then we're gonna bum rush him when he's got no energy. Nice, pile on. There we go. Williams gets the KO, improves to 11-1 with 9 knockouts. Now a bit of a setup. I think it's time for him to start getting a little level up in competition. Lamont Williams definitely needs a few upgrades before he starts fighting the big guys because he's not that good right now. So here's a setup for him against Abraham Garcia, who he can hopefully dispatch or not. Big round from Garcia. Can we protect ourselves? Let's just do cover up here in round 4. Nice counter punching. We still have too much damage on us. We've got a lot more energy, though. Still with a big energy advantage. Let's just try to stay safe. I feel like the power shots are really landing in this fight, but now we've got a chance to pile on. Man, he's really hurting us bad, and we use all our energy there chasing him around and don't get anything done. And now this is a lot more of a fight. This is a very even fight. It looks like we're ahead, maybe 5-4. This was an even round. It could, sorry, there's only been, so it's 4-4. Yeah, it's 4-4 if you count this round for Garcia. So this is an incredibly close fight. We'll do one more unnatural style. So even. This is such a close fight. I feel like cover up really worked. This is tough. We're definitely going to watch this on fast because this has been a close fight. I'm going to do natural style. I feel bad putting him on cover up in a final round. I feel like that just, it's not going to be aggressive enough. He needs to get his offensive work in, but Garcia's obviously going to get his frickin' offensive work in. He's been punching way more than there's any reason. I mean, it's just that aggression rating, I think. With 30 seconds left, Williams has to work to save the cards in this fight. He doesn't do it. 95-93, 95-93, and we eke that out. I don't really know that we won that fight, but the judges all give it to us. We get outlanded, we get out power punched, and it sure looks to me like he won 5 of the rounds. But the judges give it to us. They keep our undefeated record. And it's now an undefeated record for Lamont Williams that I don't really know about. Don't really know about that one, bro. Are you undefeated? Are you really undefeated? We can't upgrade him either. He's 27. He's 7. No, he's 27 already. It's not like he's like 19. Like who's our super? Yeah, Tony Seals is 15-0 at 20. Come on, bro. Get on his level. Andy Fitch is 12-0 at 22. So Lamont Williams probably hating on a lot of the fighters in the stable here. I mean, he's from Philly. He can start late. Rocky, bro. Tough boxer puncher. I think he's probably undersized for a featherweight, although boxing featherweights are a lot smaller than UFC featherweights. 20 stamina is cool. 20 power punching is cool. It's kind of weird that he's undefeated. It's kind of a little weird that he's undefeated. I don't know why he's undefeated. I feel like he's an undefeated fighter who's going to do better actually once he loses that label because, again, I don't really know why he's undefeated. Anyway, enough about him. Morales versus Solis. Oh, and I didn't go on fastest. This should be a good fight, though. Nah. No. We're going to dominate. I mean, ring IQ can always make the difference. It's another big round 1. I feel like we always lose round 1. Morales is a special fighter. I'm very confident in his ability to win this fight. Yes, sir. Well ahead. Let's do fastest. Ooh. And a knockdown. And I feel like we just narrowly dropped those last 2 rounds, and that's frustrating. So we're going to watch the last round. We're obviously going to be in pile-on pressure here. Borderline go for broke. But I'm going to do pile-on pressure. Good start to the round from Morales. Solis has no energy. I have no idea how he's controlling the ring. I have no idea how he's punching this much, but the punches are getting through. 1 minute left. Morales still throwing, still jabbing, landing power shots. There we go. Morales takes the round and probably takes the fight. And that is a win for Fred Morales. Pretty wide on the scorecards, actually. Got to be happy with that. Another win for our best prospect, Fred Morales. It is his first non-KO of his career. Kochel versus Alex Rodriguez. We will go fast for the main event of the evening. It's also a heavyweight bout. He's got 1 take punishment. Let's go look for KO right off the bat. It's a heavyweight fight. Why not? Let's have fun. A-Rod lands the first punch and the first power punch. We're going for the KO. A-Rod is teeing off a bit. Showing his power stroke. A-Rod. Swinging for the fences. Very little between the fighters in that round. I think we may have won that round. If I was a judge, I would have scored it for me. Big start to the round for Rodriguez. Now it's back even. Cottrell landing jabs. No power shots yet. Very sparingly few power shots here for a heavyweight scrap. Cottrell, big shot. And he sneaks that round again. So the first couple rounds, keeping the tempo kind of down and then attacking at the end of the round. Classic tactics there from Cottrell. Landing bombs here to start the round. Rodriguez really doesn't seem to have much to say. Rodriguez finally landing back to end the round, but it's more from Cottrell, who's pretty much smacking Rodriguez around. He's got him on the ropes here. 21-4 in terms of shots in that round. We were on look for KO that whole time. Well, that's what he's doing. Let's go to pile on pressure. Just show him a different kind of offense if we're going to have such an offensive approach. More attacking from Cottrell, more attacking. Really taking it to Rodriguez, bearing his fangs at him. Got about a minute left. There's been no power shots in this round. Rodriguez could maybe come and sneak back into this, and he does. Rodriguez wins his first round of the fight. And what can Cottrell offer with natural style? It's another good start for Rodriguez, who might be taking some momentum here. Crawling back into the punch stats as well. Oh, but here comes Cottrell. He doesn't like it. Trying to take back the round here with 30 seconds left. Big shot. Combo from Rodriguez at the end. Tough round to score. Probably a Rodriguez round. And Cottrell, his lead slimming a little bit. The tactics used in the early parts of the fight have faded to these big, long stretches of Rodriguez dominance here. More power shots from Rodriguez. And I'm starting to think about cover up. Because if Rodriguez has gotten into the flow of this fight here, it might be smart for us to just try to counterpunch. Cottrell manages to get back in that round. I doubt he won it. I mean, with the ring control and having the energy advantage, even on power punches, there may be a judge who gave that round to Cottrell, amazingly enough. Great effort by him to get back in it, at least. We're not going to pile on pressure yet. I'm going to go cover up in this round because I feel like Alex Rodriguez is going to be using all of his energy here with 8% left. And we're just going to have to not tire out and not get knocked out. But he's got us in the yellow at damage. Makes me a little nervous. But he managed to hold them off for now. No big shots, just combos as Rodriguez is winning this round as well. More ring control. Cottrell with a clean shot. No power shots in the round. Very even round for Cottrell. Rodriguez with the only power punch. But now we've got him out of energy. And I think it is time to pile on pressure. We succeeded a lot in look for KO earlier in the fight. I still have that in my back pocket in the 9th round. I don't know how, again, Rodriguez is outlanding us here with no energy. As we start to take back control of the round, Cottrell, possibly with the last of his energy, throwing big punches. Again, few power punches landing, but Cottrell at least outlanding in this round. This is beginning to feel like one of the rare heavyweight fights that goes to a decision. I don't think look for KO is smart with 0% energy. I think we'll get hit like that. We're getting hit like this, though, on natural style. As Rodriguez, I feel like, has been landing on our natural style the entire fight. And we need to have something else to offer. A pile on pressure maybe due in the 10th if we don't finish here, as Cottrell has come on strong in the second half of this round and taken that round. And that might be the 6th round that he's won. Maybe. I would figure that at this point on the scorecards, Cottrell has to feel safe. He'd feel a little, to use the British term, hard done by if the scorecards came back not in his favor. But Rodriguez had control of this fight for a solid portion of the middle rounds. I think it would behoove Cottrell here to keep the round slow like he has done the whole fight. It's felt like maintaining ring control and maintaining a steady and slow pace to this fight is now he's looking to finish Rodriguez. And yeah, he pretty much lulled Rodriguez to sleep and then got him out of there in round 10. And it's a big heavyweight KO for Ricardo Cottrell, who continues. He's got now, what would it be, 10-1-2? He's got 13 heavyweight fights and has only lost once. Draws ain't losses. I've just been sitting here forever wondering if I want to watch this Dwayne Little Mekhi Yusupov fight. I do. I don't know how good of a fighter Dwayne Little is, but he's had an impressive knockout streak. It's only for 2 belts. It's just for the WBA, but I like Mekhi Yusupov as well, and I like the idea of him challenging for a belt, and I've been following his rise here from getting defeated in the super middleweight division to now going up to light heavyweight, losing to John Potts. Actually, he was the champion. He tried to claim multiple titles at the same time, went up to fight John Potts and lost in the 3rd round, lost again, and now he's made his way back up the light heavyweight division, fighting for just 1 belt. This is a pretty remarkable resurgence here from Mekhi Yusupov. The fact that we've already managed to have a fighter with this storied of a career is miraculous. I mean, a multi-belt super middleweight champion moving up to claim 4 belts at light heavyweight, losing in the 3rd round to an undefeated fighter, losing again to a younger fighter, and now climbing his way back up through the rankings to challenge for just a single belt. And then if he wins this one, he can begin to unify. But it's an undefeated British fighter and Dwayne Little on an impressive KO streak in his way. This is a fight with a lot of fun storylines here. Just for the WBA World Light Heavyweight strap, and it's an entertaining back and forth first round. Big. I was going to say big second round from Little. It was in terms of damage. Yusupov didn't really seem to damage Little back, but Yusupov may have come back to take that round, and it would be his 2nd in a row. Actually, no. Little won the first round. Sorry. Yusupov has now taken 2 in a row, though, and Little is now showing signs of damage. Big power shots from Yusupov. Little is in trouble. Man, Yusupov wants those belts back. He wants to prove that he can fight at light heavy. Big damage now done by Dwayne Little, though, there in round 7. Big power shots landing as he's trying to reestablish himself here in the second half of the fight, but he's got less energy. It's going to be a tall task. Yusupov has a big gas tank on him, and it's more good work from Little. That's another round win from Little, but it might not be enough to really get to Yusupov, who has a big round here and wears Little down. They're both heavily damaged. Yusupov now the only one damaged, but Little almost out of energy. Good work from Yusupov there. He might have just done it. No punches from Dwayne Little. He didn't throw 1 punch there in round 10. He is gassed and in danger. Yusupov's going to chase him down and finish here in round 11. And Mekhi Yusupov has come all the way back from that defeat to John Potts to become the WBA World Light Heavyweight title, and he is still on a mission to prove that he can fight here in this weight class. But we know he can be a champion in this weight class now. He has proved that now and forever. And we've got a big, speaking of the super middleweight division, we've got the title from that division coming up next week. And then we're going to watch that, and then we're going to schedule a card of our own. Nicola wants to fight Admirable. Oh, this fight's still in another week. And whatever, we got to fight in 2 weeks. We'll schedule it right after we watch it. Hopefully that doesn't hurt my fighter's development too much. Hopefully Gabriel Nicolo doesn't sue me, because that's what it says in that email. I never stick on it for long enough, but the email... Jesus. But the email says that the fighter's going to sue you for like breaching your contract if you don't schedule him a fight. It's funny. Andy Fitch has a top 100 opponent here, and Eduardo Gonzalez, who looks dangerous. Raul Dominguez is probably going to beat him. He's also way bigger. World-ranked fighter out of El Salvador. This guy's only top 100 in North America, and we might not even beat him. See, this is where it gets dangerous with Andy Fitch. Like, we're climbing him up the rankings, but is he really that good? I feel like... I don't know. I feel like people will understand a loss to an undefeated fighter more, but none of the undefeated fighters want to fight us. The undefeated fighters just shell up and protect their undefeated records, which I really like. That's super realistic. But none of the undefeated fighters want to fight us, actually. Carlos Ron would be a very tough fight. Have we fought Carlos Ron? No. Private Tim Sullivan? Is it like 1870? All right, we'll fight Carlos Ron. He's top 100. You know, this guy's ranked 61st in the world. He's really fun. This guy's fun and dangerous. He can't take punishment at all. I feel like this would be a fun fight. Kind of a crazy fighter. Because Raul Dominguez would beat us. How about Benito Arcero? There's the fight right there. That's the one that we can win. That'll keep our undefeated record where we can beat a top 100 guy in North America. See, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of patience. You'll find that perfect fight eventually. Apparently, I live on an active highway. Love New York. The Sportatorium in Dallas. The Entertainment and Sports Arena in Washington, D.C. And there it is. The land of all hopes and dreams, the Westchester County Center. Hughes venue. The glorious hallowed halls. Is this Valhalla or is this the Westchester County Center? Stephen Fuda, who just fought for some kind of championship, wants to fight Jermaine Ramos. Who did he fight? He lost to Johnny Donovan. That's right. He got KO 3'd by Johnny Donovan, and he's been on a brutal losing streak since. He's the African champion still, and he wants to fight Jermaine Ramos, who, in case you're wondering, no, is not eligible for the freaking African championship. He's from Milwaukee, so that's not a championship we can win. So I don't really know why we would fight him other than for the clout. And this is an undercard fight, by the way. Jonathan De Alba is in the top 100 and is very beatable by Ramos. I like that Ramos is still ranked decently high because he's talented. I think he probably does deserve to be ranked this high, but I mean, dude, in the simulation, the results in the ring, I really do kind of like the idea of, I mean, maybe Tommy Flores, somebody who's going to really challenge him and maybe beat him, because I want an excuse to cut him from the promotion. I mean, Eric Rodriguez has 17 losses. How impressive a win would that be? Let's do Tommy Flores. It's dangerous. So it's cool. That's what that means. Doing dangerous things is cool. Here's another championship we can't win. Lee Warburton, the European Cruiserweight champion. We could easily beat him. He's 40th ranked in the world, and we could easily beat him. I kind of think that is the fight for Rios. These Mexican dudes are dangerous. These Mexican guys might actually beat us. We could probably beat Julius Morris, but I'm sorry. I just think this guy's a funner fight, Lee Warburton. He's 25-5 and about overrated as you could possibly be and tiny compared to us, so let's just take him out. I wish we could take his European Continental strap, but we can't. And it's going to be 3 pretty good 10-round fights. Like, we're getting into, like, really solid fights between professional fighters. I mean, this is a pretty crazy cruiserweight fight right here. I can't believe it's third on the card. I'm glad it's 10 rounds. I feel like this is a way better fight than Andy Fitch versus Benito Arceo and should probably be the main event. But it's a featured bout. I feel like we're putting too many of our good fighters on the same card here. Nick Lowe really wants to fight. Cottrell, like, just fought. We could put Jose Williams against Carlos Ron. I feel like Jose Williams matches up better against Carlos Ron, but there could also be somebody ranked pretty high who we could dispatch easier. Let's do this guy. We were going to match this guy up against Ramos. Instead, let's match him up against Williams, who, honestly... Oh, were we going to match him up? Who were we going to match him up against? Oh, I guess it was Fitch. It was Fitch. Okay. It was Fitch. He's the middleweight. Lamont Williams, 7-0. He could fight Angel King. We could do another in-house fight. Don't really want to do that. Chris Watson. I mean, we don't really have anybody high-ranked. Lamont Williams is still a prospect. I feel like Chris Watson is a pretty easy win here. He's got good punch accuracy, but it just feels like an easy win. I think Fred Morales can do a break. Angel King wants to fight. Give him an easy one. Abdel Rivas, that's violently easy, sure. Let's get him back in the knockout column. And then Morales. Oh, yeah, we weren't going to have Morales fight. We're going to wait a bit for him. Niccolo wants to fight. Niccolo is threatening to sue us. Oh, you want to fight, huh? Put him up against this guy. This guy's 1-2-1, but he's really good. I mean, he has no ring IQ or stamina, but man, when he's like paying attention and not having a heart attack, he's a baller. He can fight. He's like Floyd Mayweather when he doesn't need a pacemaker and isn't stupid. Ranku Lee. It's Gabriel Nicola. It's kind of a fun fight. Let's do it. And that'll be it for Fitch versus Benito Arceo at the Westchester County Center as the old folks file in. It's the same vibe as like back when the Hartford Whalers used to play at that shopping mall in the 80s, which, yes, was a real thing. Leonid Kapachev versus Johnny Perez. Johnny Perez with zero dang stamina at all. Options. Let's just stay fastest for here. I gotta like Kapachev in this. In this fight. And a big round from him in round 2. 26 punches. Johnny Perez trying to get back into the fight, still with heavy damage on. And Kapachev, big round from Perez, making it a little more even. He still has less energy. Perez really damaging Kapachev now. This is a close and interesting fight. Perez appears ahead, at least in terms of punch stats, and also on the scorecards. I was announcing it like Kapachev was ahead, but Perez has stormed back. Let's watch a little slower here in round 7. This is an entertaining championship bout. Close round, kind of a boring round. I think Kapachev took it, though. It's a big round to win for Kapachev, who lands more power shots to start this round. I'm just telling you, it feels like Kapachev is a little more in control of this fight. But he is taking the more significant damage, despite landing the more significant shots. He's still landing big shots. Perez now finally coming back at him. And it's a very close round. I would give that one to Kapachev. It's another important win for Kapachev. There's 3 rounds to go, the championship rounds. Kapachev with the first punch. It's a slower round here. Perez starting to land. Perez has a cut under his eye from the jabbing by Kapachev. He is on the last of his energy, Perez. It would be very important for him to win this round, but Kapachev ends with his own combos. Round 10. More combos from Perez. And a knockdown by Kapachev. Wow, he needed that desperately, but Perez is tired. Can he get back up at the count of 7? Yes, there's a minute left for Perez to hang on here. Can he do it? It seems like he will. Johnny Perez at the end standing his ground and evening up the punch stats in the round, but Kapachev with an insane knockdown. A great comeback there from Perez, showing guts and grit, rather, for the nation of Colombia. Gut and grits. None of these people eat grits. It's Russia versus Colombia. I can't even make a joke. Next round, Kapachev. Kapachev still attempting to pile on damage. He's the one with the energy, but Perez still fighting back. Perez with big cuts. Kapachev landing. He's trying to finish him here in this round. Will he get it done? No, he almost finishes Perez. Perez was on the ropes and in danger there to end the round. And you've got to figure now Kapachev is in control of this fight. He's still got a little energy, and Perez is just teetering on the brink. But in his defense, he is throwing punches, and that can help. He is still throwing. That can help keep Kapachev off him and help minimize the damage. Defense through offense. One of the great things about boxing. Kapachev covering himself up by jabbing, countering with power punches. Sorry, I meant Perez. Kapachev not really seeming to use the last of his energy as Perez. Although it's a very impressive round. 112, 111, 113, 110, 114, 110 for the winner by unanimous decision. And that last round proved incredibly crucial. I feel bad that I said Kapachev, but I thought it was going to be Perez who was going to run out of energy after that knockdown. And instead it was Kapachev. After the knockdown, Perez came back in round 11, evened up the punch stats in that round, landing combinations on Kapachev, and then absolutely took control of the final round and pushed the scorecards back in his favor. And that was a fantastic title fight. I think a lot of Russians, a lot of Kapachev fans will be very, very unhappy, and they will think that he did more than enough to defend his title. This long string of rounds won, this one being the only even one that had a knockdown in it. I think in a lot of ways, Kapachev absolutely dominated this fight. And a Johnny Perez decision is not going to be popular with a lot of people, but that was a classic super middleweight world title fight. But the Kapachev fans are not happy. I will tell you what. Not the end of this world featherweight fight. We're going to just sim that one. And we've got 1 week until our fight night, which is, of course, the most important thing in the world. And we'll look at more championship fights after that. Tony Seals versus Maynard Mahashin from the Ocean Hall at Atlantic City Resort. Call Casino Resort. Punching each other in the face at a casino. Professionally. But with a professional license. Keenan DeRocha versus Ramon Montiel, being that guy who scored the game-winning penalty at the World Cup for Argentina, of course. I don't know why we're starting this card with 10 rounders. That's kind of wild. Crazy back and forth first two between DeRocha and Montiel. DeRocha looking to keep his knockout streak alive. Don't know how many times Montiel has been stopped. But I'm going to be pretty liberal with the pile-on pressure button here. We don't need it. Just on natural style, DeRocha with his 7th knockout. Some dudes just get a lot of knockouts. Again, I can't tell you why. It could be the mix of punch accuracy and low defensive skills and aggression. That could just mean that because he doesn't have good defensive skills, he doesn't spend a lot of time bothering to defend himself, so he spends a lot of time punching. So he doesn't really need that 11 punch power. And he probably also takes a lot of risks because he's got that 9-ring IQ. He's definitely a fun fighter. I mean, we're always keeping an eye out for who that really fun fighter is. There's always going to be a lot of them. There's going to be a lot of really fun fighters. We've already got quite a few guys who are building a name for themselves. And I love how it really does slowly build your love for a fighter. It really shows. It really grows over time sometimes as they win in this game. Their wins and losses really grow their character. Imagine if a fighter like Jermaine Ramos ever gets the championship level, which actually could happen for him. The floor conditioning is a big drawback, but for real, if he ever gets the championship level, I mean, what a journey, what a story. And we already see with the story of I unfortunately forget his name, but the light heavyweight, yes, Mehdi Yusupov right here. Just his career, the unbelievable stories that this game can create and generate. And, it's something like that already, just a small sign of that with Keenan DeRocha here. And even though he somehow only has 191 fans, 2 box office, I guess he's not getting any box office increase for all these knockouts. But you know what? I love Keenan DeRocha. You love Keenan DeRocha. And he has stood up to that 1-2 start to his career and begin to put up a fight in the super bantamweight division. And we are all Keenan DeRocha fans around here. That was a wonderful performance. And look at our record here in our MC Promotions gym. 127, 13, and 6. How you like them apples? Lawrence Hill versus Ricardo Benegas. Lawrence Hill 2-0 with 2 KOs. Incredibly promising prospect. Extremely good fighter. He would have lost a round except he knocks Benegas down. We try to bum rush him. It doesn't work. Natural style for Hill. Very even round. We might be behind in this fight. We're definitely going to pile on pressure, at least for this round, and then see what we can do in the last round. I'm going to keep piling on pressure. Okay. I think we lost that fight. Wow. That's a crazy scorecard. They really care about our undefeated record. Lawrence Hill, unanimous decision somehow. That knockdown really counted. They really liked that knockdown in round 2. Let's see. How do you justify that? I actually can't. We win round 1. Maybe you give it a 10-8. Yeah, we did really body him in round 1. They could have given it a 10-8, and that could have swayed it. We got him up to 73% stoppage in round 1. It looked like we were going to get a KO after round 1. So I guess that was a 10-8. But Benegas definitely wins round 2. Oh, never mind, because we get a knockout there. So we're basically up 3-0 already here. I guess if you're really biased, you could score this round for us. I don't know how. We didn't do anything. This was a very even round. I guess you'd give this round for us. Sure. There's all sorts of ways you could score this for Lawrence Hill, especially if you want to keep his undefeated record. Boxing. This is Boxing Manager, and this is a simulation of boxing. It really does show. You can really tell the stories of complete championship fights through this game. But these 6-rounders could really be a pain in the ass, especially for an undefeated fighter like Frankie Edwards, who doesn't want to drop rounds, and he's dropping more rounds. This guy has very low defensive skills. Let's just pile on pressure for 1 round and see how it goes. Here in round 4, we have 2 more rounds after. I just don't like it. We're gonna go cover up, and I'm just gonna go for broke here. I mean, Frankie Edwards' undefeated record is on the line. See these? I'm telling you, man, these 6-round fights just nonsense. Like, who is this guy? How are we losing to him? I mean, Frankie Edwards might. I mean, Frankie Edwards isn't that great, to be honest with you. 13 punch power, 10 punch accuracy, 5 defensive skills. But he's had an undefeated start to his career out of New York, and this dude from Tashkent, Uzbekistan, is taking it to him right now. He's going to have to go out there and give it all he's got. Go for broke, Frankie. Let's do it on fast. Come on, Frankie Edwards. Defend that undefeated record. Starting off with shots, Frankie. Coming out of the gate strong. Frankie chasing the KO. He's a long way from it, though. He doesn't have Berdiev that injured. But he's landing a lot of shots. He's trying to make the judges think about it. He's trying to get a 10-8 here. It's a big round, 5 power punches. And that's exactly what you want when you hit go for broke. 57-55, 57-55, 56-55. It's a UD win for the still undefeated Frankie Edwards. What a great last round. He rescued that there. Again, it's another fight where I have no clue how you could possibly justify our fighter winning. But you know what? These might just be some in-house judges tonight, all right? We're a New York promotion. We got all the New York judges. Gave them some free casino credit. That's what it was. The Ocean Resort Casino? Everybody knows they have the loosest slots in AC. I have the loosest slots in Atlantic City, bro. No idea. No clue. Do not take my real-life gambling advice. But for real, we gave them plenty of casino credit to call these fights like this. Fantastic work from the judges. The judges are the MVP of this event. The judges have really been the MVP of this event so far. I don't think Randy Dale really has much to worry about. This guy's got one. Oh, it's Golden Jonathan. One of the best names in the game. All right, Randy Dale. He's got a really cool name, so don't hurt him too much. Oh, I didn't do it on fastest. I put it on pile on pressure. Whenever you put it on pile on pressure and then hit fastest, you just want to see this red column right here just rack up numbers. We can do that right now, though. Come on, Dale. Man, he's landed big power shots. He's doing a lot of damage to Jonathan. Jonathan's take punishment really does kind of suck. Let's do look for KO, because again, his takes punishment is just clearly brutal. Let's go fastest. No, we don't get KO'd ourselves, man. He lands a lot of shots. We got lucky not to get KO'd there. Golden Jonathan has a lot of power, and he just put a lot of shots on us. See, he's outlanding us, but we're doing more damage to him. I kind of want to cover up here and counterpunch, save some energy, let him try to chase. Very even fight right now, as Osama bin Laden is running from the NYPD out my window. Just a massive 5-star wanted level. That's the head of the... I'm trying to think of any of the names of any of the cartels. I can't think of any of them on the top of my head. Sinaloa. That's the head of the Sinaloa cartel in his Lamborghini running away from the NYPD down Broadway. That's what you're hearing out my window. Randy Dale's going to go to the body. Pretty even round. Randith Dale taking a big lead there. Let's pile on pressure. I've just been waiting to pile on pressure. I want to get this finished. We have 10 rounds to knock this guy out. Thank you. And it only took 7. And it's the 8th career knockout and the 10th career win for Mr. Randy Dale. Celebration tonight. Irvin Fitch versus... Let's say Paulo Costa? Pablo Acosta. Okay, thank God. Thank God we don't have to fight Paulo Costa. Thank God he didn't come over to boxing. That would be bad. Fitch versus Paulo Costa. I keep saying Paulo Costa. It's Pablo Acosta. And Irvin Fitch has provided some very fun fights so far. The Jensen Beach killer. Irvin Fitch, the Jensen Beach murderer. The Jensen Beach strangler. Oh, wait, this isn't the UFC. So it would just be the Jensen Beach killer. The Jensen Beach murderer. That would be Irvin Fitch's nickname. Let's go to the body. I'm pretty sure most serial killers go to the body. Come on. Prove that you're a serial killer. All right, come on, dude. He's not fighting like a serial killer. He's just fighting like some kind of regular fighter. He keeps dropping rounds. He's dropped a bunch of rounds. He's getting doubled up on power punches, man. This is a crazy fight, but what is Irvin Fitch doing? We're going to pile on pressure with the last of our energy. Now we're going to go for broke with the last of our energy. We got this guy at 85%. Let's try to get him out of there. And we get knocked down. Unbelievable. And Irvin Fitch is losing this fight as Pablo Acosta. That punch accuracy and ring IQ, clearly. I mean, I don't know. We're going to go cover up for Irvin Fitch, and hopefully the defensive skills win out. We can get a round win. Nope. I can't believe the fight's that close. Even our judges couldn't cook that one up. Even our judges couldn't cook that one up. That's the second career loss for Irvin Fitch, and we're going to start looking at him. Because, I mean, he's got no chin. He's got questionable power and questionable ring IQ, and that's enough for me to want to cut someone. He is hiding behind that that takes punishment as well. Having high takes punishment will do that. If you have good defense, especially. If you have bad defense, it just encourages you to take punishment. If you have good defense, it just means that you can cover up for your flaws, to be honest with you. Steve Irvin, also a fighter with a weak chin, built around defense, going to be fighting a big power puncher here on Shondell Terrell Brown. This should be an entertaining fight. 1 second. Let's go to round one. Bruh. Options, fastest. Okay, good. Hopefully this fight doesn't end quick. I'm going to be very quick on the cover-up button due to Brown's power. It is exactly the other way. Irvin chases him down for a first-round knockout. Great job there by Irvin showing off the power. And he really had no answer for us. We overwhelmed him in there. And that's a great fight by Irvin. That's going to, for sure, get him some fans, get him some recognition. He's already pretty respected in the division for a young fighter. We'll give him a new contract as well, the young man out of Denver. Can we give him XP growth and try to get him this chin back? I think I'd rather get him ring IQ because it's going to take so much XP to level up that chin. He doesn't have much remaining potential left, which is definitely going to limit his ceiling, I think. But he definitely can be a contender. I don't know about a championship level fighter in a division as crowded as super middleweight. It's Gabriel McCreary, who has been itching to fight lately, versus Nick Robles, who I feel like we've fought against before. Got a pretty bad record. McCreary. Let's just pile on pressure from the start and try to get this thing over quick. Let's look for a KO. I'm just going to stay offensive. That doesn't quite do it. Let's do natural style, see how that works. Overwhelming success. 2 knockdowns. Gabriel McCreary dominates the round, dominates the fight when we put it on natural style. Very successful. And it's David Flores versus Spider Angel. That is Spider Angel. Nigerian fighters with some of the best names in this game. It's a dude from Placenta versus a dude from Nigeria named Spider Angel. In the heavyweight division, of course. One of the heavyweight fights of all time. Big first round by Flores. Big second round by Flores. He's chasing the KO here. And he gets it. Angel finds some success. Flores didn't like that too much. Decks him onto the mat. And it's an easy victory there for David Flores in round 3. Another heavyweight knockout for David Flores, who I think we previously complained about his lack of knockout power. Clearly no longer. As David Flores continues to increase his stock in boxing's marquee weight class. Tony Seals versus Maynard Mahashin. And this should be a good one. Main event, we will watch it on Fast. We're not going to bet on it. We're going to watch it on Fast. There we go. Impressive first round by Seals and a knockdown. Did he get it done in round 1 here? No, Mahashin is back up, but it's more combos from Tony Seals, who looks very dangerous in round 1. Mahashin starting to run for his life, finally stands up and counterpunches the edge of the ring. But that's a huge round by Tony Seals. We're just going to keep him doing what he was doing. Actually, I'm going to pile on pressure, try to build on that. Mahashin landing early. Trying to get into this fight here in the second round. Find his legs underneath him. Here's that pressure we asked for from Seals, but it's not enough. Seals drops round 2 after taking round 1. And we're going to go to the body here. I had a slight instinct to do that given our big energy advantage after round 1, but I didn't. Now we're going to try it in round 3. It's working so far. Mahashin has ring advantage, but we're just landing right to his gut off the ropes. Seals fighting well. More head-to-head. Not much punching. Even round. Mahashin with a lot of ring control. And we need to step back and stop taking so many big blows as Mahashin is throwing some power punches on us. And he's definitely got ring control. I'm very unimpressed with Seal's lack of ring control in these last 2 rounds. Mahashin is really controlling the space and starting to land punches and succeed because of it, using the last of his energy here to really damage us, except he's not. He's still got 18% left. Natural style right now is not working. He's got good defensive skills. So it weirdly could be a jab and move situation. He doesn't have much accuracy. We've got stamina on him, and jab and move will kind of encourage him to chase us a little bit and might get us back some ring control. There we go. There is ring control. He tries to get us up against throws, but we just keep landing on him. And this is a very good round for Seals, using his boxing. And we just might go back to back or take Seals. Good start to the round for Seals. Slow round, even round here in round 6. Probably a Mahashin round. Seals also dropping rounds. This has been a theme in this event so far. Lots of dropped rounds for our guys. Don't know about pile on pressure. I think we're going to go back to jab and move weirdly because we succeeded, and then we'll pile on pressure in the next round. I want to establish ring control, and jabbing and moving is what did that last time. Here as we're landing shots, we're ahead in this round again. Jabbing and moving is in fact working so far. It's more jabs and more movement. Seals. Big shots from Seals. Mahashin backed up, and Tony Seals. With another round 1. We're going to pile on pressure and try to finish this fight. So many big shots from Seals. He's really hunting down Mahashin here, but it's just going to be a question of if he has enough power to finish him. Mahashin isn't really throwing anymore. This is turning into a one-sided beatdown. The ref's going to have to start considering stopping this if Mahashin doesn't throw, and he is throwing a little bit. But he's really struggling in the corner. Nope, throwing a lot more now. Starting to land. Not a lot of ring control, but it's some impressive combo punching there from Mahashin. Again, to steal probably another round. And he has done a really impressive job to stay in this fight, despite being knocked down and never really feeling ahead. We are absolutely going. I don't know if go for broke is the smartest thing here, though. Jab and move has been the smartest thing. I don't know about pile on pressure either. I almost feel like plant your feet would be the best option. Try to land a big shot. Hopefully he doesn't just box circles around us. Big shots here from Seals. That might have been smart. Stand and trade. We're the better puncher. And we have ring control. He doesn't seem to be boxing us that much. And we might have saved it with that last round. Close scorecards. 97-91. No, not that close. And that is a unanimous decision win for Tony Seals, who keeps his undefeated mark against Maynard Mahashin. That was a fun event. A couple close fights. A couple fights that I don't really think we won, that we got judges' decisions on, that I'm definitely thankful for. And a pretty illuminating loss for Irvin Fitch, who I am starting to grow a little more speculative of. I'd rather level up his ring IQ than his punching power, but I question his ability to become an elite super featherweight, big as he may be for the weight. Frankie Edwards is now 6-0, even though, again, I question his ability to become a top-ranked contender. He is from New York. And we do love a good hometown fighter, as we have shown so far in the save. Let's advance a week here. Kawabata versus Garcia. I think Kawabata's going to defend this, so I'm not going to watch it. Ronson versus Bonnell for 2. This could be a pretty good fight. I kind of like Emil Ronson. I think we'll watch this one. Mosquera versus Cruz I don't think is actually going to be that entertaining. It's got 3 belts on the line, though. Yusupov versus Munoz is next week. That's going to be an awesome fight. Yusupov fighting a New Yorker. So, is it next week? Whoops. Jesus. It is next week. So, we'll watch this Ronson fight. Oh, I shouldn't have put it on fastest. And then we'll watch the Yusupov fight, and then we'll schedule another event. We've got our event coming up in 4 weeks now. Good first round by the undefeated Ronson. Got to be tough to stay undefeated at strawweight. You've got to be really good defensively. Like I said before, it's really easy to get knocked out at straw. The small guys, the really small guys get knocked out just as easy as the really big guys do. For entirely different reasons, but not entirely different reasons. Emil Ronson with a easy second round knockout there. So we might as well watch this Kawabata-Garcia fight. It'll only really be interesting if Garcia gets the upset, and that does not happen. Kawabata dispatches him in round 1. Some very quick title fights here. Let's watch this Mosquera Cruz. It's got 3 belts on the line. The other 2 were so fast. Cruz with a good start, looking for the upset against the undefeated Mosquera. Wins the first 2 rounds. There's a Mosquera round. Mosquera wins another round. Yeah, Mosquera coming back in this fight. Really putting in the work here, winning rounds, doing the legwork to defend his belt. And now he's really starting to damage Cruz, who's doing a mighty job fighting back here. It's a real scrap. It's a real war in there. But at the end of 12, Mosquera very clearly the better man, but it was a competitive fight. Cruz put up a good fight, but ultimately, you look at the punch stats and it really looks like Mosquera took it to him, but that wasn't an unnoble job by Cruz, but it was a very clear unanimous decision win for the still undefeated World Super Flyweight title holder Roger Mosquera. And we've got Yusupov versus Munoz next week. That's going to be a very fun one. Picture that one happening at like MSG or Yankee Stadium or something. Soar is going to fight. Who is that guy? Wait. Jordan Garvey of Britain. Good luck. Don't really know how this guy got that high ranked in the super bantamweight division. I've seen him before, but he's not that good of a fighter. I don't think he has much of a chance against Soar, unfortunately for him. Yusupov v. Munoz. It's an undefeated fighter against a fighter with 1 loss. It is a 1-punch knockout for Sardar Yusupov, and this is a dark day in the history of New York City boxing. We have a lot of work to do to build the reputation of our city up again after this moment. We just got 1 punch knocked out. Imagine you hold this fight in Yankee Stadium or in Madison Square Garden, and you're Joey Munoz, and you get knocked out in 1 punch. And you know he's only got 1 loss, so you know he talked a bunch of shit about never losing again. You know he did. Joey Munoz, sadly, don't know how he got to 45-1. Doesn't really have the best of skill sets. And Yusupov exposed him brutally in quick fashion despite his 7-inch reach advantage. Incredible work by Yusupov to take those welterweight titles. Where is he? Sorry, he's supposed super welter. So, did he start another division? No, he's always been a super welterweight. And he has defended his belts faithfully, entirely with knockouts. This is a absolute beast of a fighter. Where is he in the? Where is Soto Yusupov in the pound for pound rankings? Just curious. It's another look at the pound for pound rankings. He's wildly underrated. 12th is so underrated. He is a lot better than that. He is a lot better than that. But Johnny Donovan is still number 1. Sora is number 2. That's reasonable. Gilberto Gomez is a disgusting Uruguayan fighter. Mascara's up there. Lots of awesome undefeated fighters up here in the top 15, but I don't really care. Yusupov doesn't have any losses. I feel like Yusupov should be a lot higher than 12th. That's all I'll say. Super welterweight is the most glamorous division, but I think he deserves to be higher than that. That was impressive. And let's go in and book our show. David Flores absolutely getting a new contract. Southpaw heavyweight. We'll give him a 5-fight contract. And I think at some point during that contract, we're going to put him up against some real titanic heavyweight opposition and see what he's really got. And he might not make it through that 5-fight deal, to be brutally honest with you. And we're going to see David Flores, one of our 2 heavyweights. And that's all I can say about him. Unfortunately, they are our 2 heavyweights. I don't put titanic expectations on them like I do on some of our fighters, like maybe Seals or definitely Fred Morales. Fred Morales and Darius Mitchell. Who was it? Darius? Yeah, Darius Mitchell's from New York. He took a loss, but tremendous fighter. I have a lot of expectations for him as well. Angel King, I think, is going to be very good. He's got something about, but Fred Morales is really the guy. I think Gabriel McCreary has a good chance to be a superstar too if he can put it all together. Low takes punishment is a big drawback though for both those guys, quite tragically. All right, let's book an event here. Damon Molina, no, it's not going to happen. Reggie Watata from Kimberley, South Africa. This is a pretty good fight. He's got 35 professional knockouts. We've also got a couple other ranked guys here. Gerard Elland is ranked by even more organizations than Watata, and he doesn't have quite as good of a record. I think we're going to do this one. Let's do Seals versus Eland. And we could have this fight in Scotland, I think, because it's against a Scottish fighter. We'll probably get some venues in Scotland as options. Honolulu International Center, hell yeah. Oh, look, it's my hotel. Gotta love Talking Stick Resort Arena. I'm not going back to the Westchester County Center. I see it there. The Joint. Hey, 420. Let's do the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. I saw that above, though. Is there another Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino? It's in 2 places. There's one with 7,000 seats. Let's use this one. I'm pretty sure it's in Florida. But whatever. Tony Seals might be a Florida man. We'll have this fight in Florida. We're going to start having fights in more interesting locations, believe me. When we get up to the championship fights, I'll have them in all sorts of goofy stadiums. I'm just trying to keep a little realism here, not trying to be boring on purpose. I am trying to keep realism. I mean, maybe I am trying to be boring on purpose. It's Boxing Manager. It's Boxing Manager. It's not Fight Night Champion, okay? I know what this game is. Oybek Jabarov is a killer name. I love that name. Restituto Mendez also has an awesome name. They're both top 50. Emerson Gomez is a killer, so we're not going to fight him. We've got a couple top 100 guys here in America. North America, rather. Carlos Octavio Martinez. I feel like we fought him already. He's a pretty monstrous super middleweight. Let's do Jabarov. I feel like that's the funnest fight. It's a weird fight, but it's fun, and I feel like we can win it. Let's add that to the undercard. So many other impressive fighters to add to this card. I feel lucky we have so much talent in our stable at this point. So early in the game, we could really be struggling with bad fighters, but there's plenty of good fighters out there, and we're having to dodge around them. Look at Joaquin Benegas here, 10-0 with 10 knockouts. The simulation loves that guy. Yorkie Leatham. A pretty easy win there for gosh, I think people will probably laugh when they see that on his record, to be honest with you. Hate to hear that if you're him, but it's true. Probably laugh if I saw Yorkie Leatham. Joaquin Benegas is the best fighter he can take right now. And 2 high-ranking guys Oh, that's David Flores. Okay, never mind. We're not fighting David Flores. That's our guy. Jamarcus Ferguson is ranked 9. He's really good. He's going to be ranked a lot higher than 119th one day. There's Giovanni Carls, Omar Nava. Omar Nava's pretty young. We could try Omar Nava. Decently challenging fight. Could be a potential fraud check there for Cottrell if he loses. I don't mind that. Big win for Nava if he wins. Flores, same division. Is there anybody good like lower down in the rankings? I'm just like out here trying to cherry pick. It's heavyweight. It's kind of a minefield. There's a lot of guys with big power who can knock us out. That is the name of the game here. Fabian Acosta, another young guy. We could feed to Flores, but would we rather not? Flores is good though, man. I don't know if he deserves a fraud check, if you know what I mean. I think he could maybe even handle a guy like Benegas. I think this would be a really cool fight. I don't even think that would be a fraud check. I'd rather have that as a main event, though. You know? I'd rather have Flores Benegas as a main event. I might hold off on that. We'll do Max Rice versus Liam McGirt because the names are funny. McCreary. Adam Lopez is 9-0 out of Boca Raton, Florida. That would be a crazy fight and a big win for McCreary if he could get it to overcome those losses, but I'd rather give him a 10th win the right way. Let's do Tony DeLuke. Let's see. Do we have enough fights to make a whole card? No. I think 6 is the minimum for like making any money. Flores, Morales, Mitchell. Let's put Darius Mitchell in. Chinese dude, pretty good. I want to give him like a middle of the road kind of thing. Here, that's a good one. Winning record, but not that good of a fighter. 9 weeks till the show. Not sure why. It seems like a decently long time. What was that main event that I wanted to book with? I believe it was Flores. It was against an undefeated guy, right? It was Benegas. Here we go. And that would be in 4 weeks. And let's just have this at some ridiculous big stadium. Doesn't make any sense. Let's just do some casino in Vegas. Sure. And we can just add what should be an easy Morales win. And then Frankie Edwards. This guy's having his first fight. That would be interesting. David Archibald. That'd be another interesting fight. I kind of want Frankie Edgar to get tested by somebody because I just feel like I hate to call him a fraud. He's one of our fighters, but I kind of feel like that's a fraudulent 6-0 record. He isn't quite good enough to be 6-0. I mean, we're keeping him away from the power punchers. I feel like David Archibald would give him a good test. Let's try this one. He might lose that one. We're going to see very soon because this is going to be the next fight card for us. Errol Etchard, that'd be an even fight. Anybody in the top 100? Not at all. Jack Sterling in the top 200 out of England. That'd be a close fight. I feel like DeRocha fights a lot of guys with records like 3-0. We've got a couple 3-0 fighters here. Let's take Sterling. We could take an easy fight, but why would we do that? That's no fun. Seal's up to number 12 in the WBA. None of our other fighters ranked by any of the belt organizations, but it's just a matter of time. I think getting to that 15 wins is a big moment. Andy Fitch is hopefully 1 week away from getting another win. Rastgar Wid to defend his titles in. Looks like a week. Is this fight this week? Yeah, but I don't really care. And then we've got Filipovic next week as well. So we've got 2 fights as well. It's another crazy cruiserweight fight between 2 undefeated fighters. When have we heard that before? All right. So we'll do the... Let's do the event first and then do the title fights. Hopefully we remember to do the title fights. I might not. It's no big deal. They're not the biggest title fights. I'd rather watch my own fights right now. Dealer's choice. Niccolo versus Rang Cooley. This should be a pretty good fight. Bit interesting first round, action-packed first round. Niccolo needs to pick it up a little bit here. This isn't good. He's getting knocked off the ball by Rang Cooley right now. Can Niccolo stick and move this guy? Not really. If we're back against the ropes like this, I think it would be cover up would be a decent option, but also go for KO. Nice round on cover up there. Let's do look for KO in this round while we've got him damaged and a little tired. That didn't go well, really, according to plan. And then we're going to stick it on go for broke and put it on fast and just sit back and enjoy these guys scrap it out for a victory in what should be a close fight. Cooley is definitely ahead, though, as Niccolo needs to land something big, and it's just not there for him. He's not finding anything. As Cooley has been in control of this fight, and he hands Gabriel Niccolo the first loss of his career. As Niccolo trying to come back on the cards here, can't quite get there. And somehow the first judge has us winning. Thankfully for justice and fairness, the other two have Cooley winning. And Gabriel Niccolo loses his O to Rang Cooley in a pretty disappointing show that has me kind of already thinking about getting Niccolo off the roster. He's got a lot of holes in his game. I mean, he's only 20. Might give him some more chances. He's only got one more fight left on his contract. You know what? He was always just a little borderline. I'm going to cut Gabriel Niccolo. Maybe we bring him back, but I'm going to cut him. I'm just not that impressed by him. I don't think he's that good. I know that's a tough cut, but it's only 5 fights into his career. Maybe it just says that I never liked him all that much, but his skill set is just I think we could get better fighters right now. And that was a very discouraging loss to a guy he really should be beating. As Angel King's going to have an easy win here. I don't know why this fight is 10 rounds. It just gives King time to take care of business. Really great work there by King. Really dominating Rivas. As we're going to put it on fastest, and King should hopefully take care of business here. He does. It's a third round knockout for Angel King, who advances to 6-0. And it's now Lamont Williams versus Chris Watson in the featherweight division. This should be an easy win for Lamont Williams. Watson has a little game. We'll see. We'll see what he can bring to the table. 7-9-1, not the prettiest record, but he has a skill set, certainly. He's made it through 2 rounds here against Williams. Wins the 3rd round. We're going to go back to the body. I really want to tire this guy out, and we do. That was effective. We'll stay on natural style while he gets his last energy out, and then we're going to pile on pressure. Regardless of the damage on us, there's a knockdown. He's doing big damage back. Wow. He's still not out of there. We have him on 100%. He's still not out of there. And there we go. We finally get the finish in round 8 after chasing it for a few rounds. An impressive win for Lamont Williams over a deceptively talented fighter. Jose Williams versus Alejandro Nisperusa. This seems to be a pretty sizable skill advantage for Williams. It's action-packed first round. A knockdown in the second and almost a finish for Williams. Big 3rd round, but Williams steps on the gas about halfway through and finishes Nisperusa for his 12th career win. And Williams quickly rising up the ranks of the middleweight division, one of our impressive middleweights, and honestly probably the quietest of them all, which that's a good place to be if you're a fighter, actually, in a lot of ways. A little under the radar, a little underrated. And this is a excellent fight here between Anthony Rios and Lee Warburton. I think we're going to watch this one on fast. I was excited when I set this fight up. Lee Warburton is the cruiserweight European champion. And let's see if our young prospect Anthony Rios at 12-0 can humble him a little bit, the beast from Bridgeport. Decent first round from Warburton here. Rios connecting here towards the end of the round. Big shots to the head to damage Warburton here to finish the first, and it's a knockdown right at the bell. Warburton gets up at 6, takes a couple clean punches to end the round, and it's a dominant first round by Anthony Rios. Anthony Rios trying to show he's the best European fighter on the planet, hailing from the most European place on the planet, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Bridgeport, Connecticut, France. Bridgeport, CT, Moldova. MLDVA. Moldovan legend, Anthony Rios. Finnish legend, Whatever he is, he's European and he's going to the body. Try to take the wind out of Lee Warburton here, who gets a bunch of shots in on us. That was not a smart idea. Let's just flee back to natural style. Why is Warburton teeing off on us? We need to cover up. This is all right, we'll go on fast. Warburton had a couple strong rounds there. Maybe questionable tactical decisions here from me putting Rios' undefeated record in danger as Warburton just continues to land. Rios needs to use his hands. He needs to use his power. Warburton is still out throwing us, still landing power shots. Finally, Rios stands up for himself, but he's down big in this round. I think we're just going to have to pile on pressure here for Warburton. It was a close round. He got back into the round. I think we are going to pile on pressure here. It's a little risky, but hey, I think it's necessary. We have to take initiative in this fight right now. Warburton has had pretty much 3 straight rounds where he's been in control, and we took some control at the end of that last round. We need to keep it. As Rios now standing in the middle of the round and trading with Warburton and winning the exchanges, it's encouraging. Doesn't have the most ring control, but controlling the round. And that pile-on pressure was very successful. We're going to go back to natural style for one more round and go on fastest, and then we're going to go back to pile-on pressure. That was good work right there. No finish. I'm going to do one more round of fastest and pile-on pressure, and I think we'll just alternate. Big finish to the round there for Warburton. We really had him hurt, and then he fought back off the ropes. Rios has all kinds of cuts on his face and forehead. We have the only knockdown in the fight, and we've won 3 rounds in a row. We'll go back to natural style, and we'll watch these championship rounds, even though this is not a championship fight. We'll watch these big rounds on fastest. This is a very high-level professional fight here, though, in the cruiserweight division, between 2 tested professionals going to war here. A very physical fight full of back and forth and a lot of damage on both sides. High volume, and it's a big round win for Rios as he is backing up and damaging Warburton at this point, and he is going to hunt the finish here in round 10 to try to add to his impressive record here as a young cruiserweight. Opens a big cut on Warburton's nose to start the 10th. Warburton delivers a punch, taking the lead in the round, but it's a combo back from Rios halfway through. Warburton bleeding from the cut, still getting hit. No power punches in the round, but almost TKOs Warburton there. Rios at the end, not quite. It's a lopsided unanimous decision win for Sir Anthony Rios, and I wish that he could take the European Continental Cruiserweight title, but alas, it stays with Lee Warburton. Rios is not eligible, but we knock off an at least continental level fighter there and prove that not only that Anthony Rios is a contender in the cruiserweight division, but that we are capable of producing fighters that can achieve victories like that, and that's a big moment, I think, in the history of MC Promotions. As Jermaine Ramos is going to step in with a pretty even-keel fight here against the fellow American and Tommy Flores. We'll watch the first round on fast. This should also be an entertaining bout. Even couple first rounds. Big third for Flores, but he takes damage in giving damage. Ramos has lost a couple rounds here, but he's not hurt. Let's try to pile on pressure and take back some initiative. We do at the start, and then Flores just gets mad. So we're going to retreat to natural style. I want to go to the body in round 7. We're going to need to go to the body now. We're a little ahead on energy. We're definitely not winning the fight. And Jermaine Ramos is probably, despite all of his talent, I'd say he's got to be 1 loss away, and especially another loss to a fighter that isn't as good as him. A fighter he really should be beating. Not a setup, but a borderline setup. He really should be winning these fights. It's a productive round there. It's another round 1 and added to his side of the ledger, but he's lost so many it's probably too little too late. I'm going to go for broke. I really want him to use this final 5%. And he just gets it to win a round. We're going to pile on pressure and see how much trouble we can give the judges. And we're going to go on fast here for the final round. But this could be Jermaine Ramos' final round with MC Promotions if he doesn't produce the goods. We put him to pile on pressure. It's no power punches in the first minute and a half. Flores landing. Ramos struggling here in the final round. It's not much. It's a Flores round, and that probably seals the fight for Flores. They give us it on 1 scorecard, and somehow Jermaine Ramos has edged probably the least impressive unanimous decision win. I have no clue how he won that fight. It's another robbery. We are paying these judges today. This is the paid off judges episode, if there ever was one. That is the third or fourth fight we've won that I just can't see it. I just don't understand it. We win round 1. We win round 2. Oh, that's sorry. That's not. It's 5 and 6. We win round 1. Round 2 is even. I guess you can give it to us to be generous. So I wasn't wrong. We win round 2. Let's just say he wins 4 in a row. We win 3. He wins 1. So it's 5-5-1 split. I can see it as a draw. It's a generous draw. I feel like Flores, especially with that last round, accentuated the win. I think he'll be very unhappy to not get the decision there. It's almost a fight I want to rematch, but I'm very worried about Jermaine Ramos at this point. He doesn't have a lot of fans for a reason. I keep giving him chances. He doesn't have much room to develop left. I think we'll put him in one more fight, and when his contract comes up, or 2 more fights, and when his contract comes up, we're just not going to renew it because Jermaine Ramos is not inspiring anything in me right now. It's kind of depressing that Angel King doesn't want to fight for us, but hopefully a win will restir his spirits and get him in the mood to sign a new contract. It's not often that a fighter just goes, no, I don't want to re-sign with you, and actually you can't re-sign them, especially at that point in their career. Fish versus Arceo. The main event of the evening, round 1. Oh, man, Andy Fitch. That was special. Arceo only gets 1 punch in. Fitch with the KO 1 minute and 9 seconds in. Flatlined him. Great effort there by Fitch. And what a way to end the show. That was a fun night of fights. And Andy Fitch is going to get a brand new contract. 6 fights. Get him up to his 20th professional bout. And we will watch these title bouts. I did not forget the title fights. 2 one-star fighters, Rastgar Wid, the icon of the ring, top pound-for-pound guys in the world, and the gun in Badu Cody, trying to knock him off. This should be a fun one, round 1. Let's get it on for the world middleweight titles. Wid takes the first round. It's a slow affair so far. Big round 3, even round 3, scary round 3. Despite only 18 knockouts and a lot more fights than that, these 2 guys are going at it and looking like they're going to KO each other. Lots of damage done so far, and lots of even rounds. Wid is narrowly ahead. Definitely narrowly ahead now. It's another decent round from Cody, who's putting up a fight, but this is a tactical chess match of a bout with really, honestly, I'd imagine for the casual fan, a bit of a disappointing amount of output. It's a knockdown for Cody. That throws a spanner in the works. Wid up at the count of 5. But that was an impressive knockdown there for Badu Cody here in round 9. No, sorry, that was round 8. It will be round 9. So round 8 knockdown by Cody, giving the judges something to think about even though he's behind. Hard to score that round. They said Wid won that round, which is crazy, despite Cody having the knockdown. I don't think that's how that works in real boxing. Another even round you could give either way. I might give it to Cody. It will be crazy if after all the judging decisions, Cody can steal this fight. Because he might have won that round. He might have won this round. He might have won the last 3 rounds. If you give him all of the last 3 rounds, because he got a knockdown in this round. So it's 6-17, but he got a knockdown. So I'd score for him. He leads power punches in this round. And he had ring control, so you could give him round 9. And you definitely got to give him round 10. And round 10 makes round 8 and round 9 look better. Weirdly, Cody could be ahead in this fight right now. So we're going to go to the championship rounds. And Wid is more damaged. So Cody putting on an incredible effort here against Rastgar Wid, actually. Putting a very good account of himself in this championship bout against the Swedish Titan. Round 11, it's another win for Cody. Cody just keeps marching forward, and Wid is going to have to pull something out of the bag, start throwing more volume, or get a knockdown here. As this fight could be even, or something close to it going into the final round, and Cody just stepping out to the middle of the ring control, outboxing Wid. Wid finally finding something inside of him to land combinations, but Cody right back. Sharp punches. Combo by Wid there at the end. But Cody combos back. Who won that fight? 114-113, 114-113. And and 114, 113 for Wid. And in an astonishing turn of events, Raskar Wid has lost his WBC, WBA World Middleweight titles to Badu Cody with an incredible effort, especially down the stretch. I would say he won every one of those last 5 rounds. Really incredible effort there from Cody. Great title fight. And Filipovic versus Agapito. This is a undefeated matchup for 2 cruiserweight belts between the famous Zlatan Filipovic and the South American title holder Junior Agapito, who looks to be the better fighter on paper. One hell of a prospect here, Agapito. Let's see what he can do against a world-famous fighter in Filipovic. And I didn't put it on fastest. Once again, the classic mistake, the classic blunder. This first round is going to take forever. They're not heavyweights, they're cruiserweights. There's probably not going to be a knockout. Big punch by Agapito, who looks good in round 1. It's not surprising. Big damage on Filipovic in round 1. Big end to round 1 by Agapito. Landing effective combinations, doing effective work. Let's look at round 2. And it's Filipovic winning it narrowly still, with blood coming from his nose. Is still far more damage on the man. And more big action there from Agapito, taking it to Filipovic. Another big round from Agapito. He's just ahead. He's just leading the fight, leading the proceedings. Filipovic manages to keep the volume down there in that round. No power punches, but he controls the proceedings. He's far from winning the fight. About a third of the energy of Agapito. He manages to come back and win on punches in that round, but Agapito still controlled the distance and the range. Another big round for Agapito. Filipovic tries to come back at the end. He's out of energy. That may have been him using the last of his energy. Blood is still coming from his nose after 7 rounds. Agapito is winning this fight. Filipovic is going to have to dig very deep here. And that's a good round win. He puts some big damage on Agapito with no energy. Incredible work from Filipovic there with no energy left still. Tripling up Agapito's punches there in round 8. Round 9, it's another big round for Filipovic. How is he doing this? What a comeback with no energy. He's winning round after round, and similar to the last fight, Filipovic is just taking control halfway through, defending his belts, defending his title like a true champion. And never mind, Agapito steps on the gas and stops him. He had no energy, and at some point he was going to run out of that 0%. It's like when your phone battery is on 0, when when you have no gas left, and you're just clinging on to that 1%. That was Filipovic for about 3 rounds. He got maybe even more for about that 7th, 8th, and 9th round. But at round 10, it was all Junior Agapito, who is the new WBC IBF World Cruiserweight Champion. Advances to 16-0 and hands Zlatan Filipovic his first professional loss. His O goes at 38. Wow. So one of the more decorated, undefeated fighters in the sport has lost his undefeated record. Very significant moment there. We've got a small event for us coming up in 2 weeks. We could maybe sign a new fighter and add him to that card. That would be a fun thing to do, and I think maybe we can add Angel King to that card as well. This card right here. No, we can't add fights. It's only 2 weeks until. Okay, so it's only going to be a 4-fight night. It's kind of a shame. But hey, why not? But as long as we can't add any more fighters, I'm not going to sign any more fighters. And we can also keep the title fights together, as we're going to watch this James Ray heavyweight title defense here in a second versus Cornelius Valdez. Oh, wait, it's next week. Is it next week? Yes, it's next week. Same time as our fight. Okay. Pop forward 1 more week. Puts automatically in our event. I would rather do the James Ray fight. Thank you. James Ray versus Cornelius Valdez. Aggressive, good stamina fighter, but James Ray is probably just seeing this as a warm-up, but it's a heavyweight bout. You got to be careful. Oh, round 1 for Mr. Ray. 36-0 heavyweight, always notable. Lots of damage there by Valdez in round 2. Ray has not fought completely smooth fights, but he always gets the job done. He's an incredible fighter from our experience. A big round 5 there. Ray digging deep. Ray digging even deeper and getting the finish on Valdez. Found the weakness and aggressively started attacking there in round 6 and got the finish with 16 seconds left to go. Almost doubled up Valdez on punches. That was pretty much no problem for James Ray. He figured out the target acquired, target destroyed. That is pretty much how that fight went. And Joe Hoon versus Jake Fox is about to be an absolute banger. Joe Hoon fights bangers. We know this already. I don't really care that much about this bantamweight fight. We're going to do Joe Hoon versus Jake Fox. Joe Hoon is a great fighter. I hope that Jake Fox is not the one who takes his undefeated mark. He is not. He is not. That was a ass whooping. Joe Hoon came to the UK all the way to Leeds and put a beating on their boy. Jake Fox, no chance there. 15 punches, 2 knockdowns. Gets up at the count of 3, gets up at the count of 8, and then gets TKO'd. What a relentless attack there by Joe Hoon, who defends his titles. And let's go to our event. Sterling might be a good challenge for DeRocha here. It's another first fight of the night that's 10 rounds for some reason. Pretty crazy first round standard for a DeRocha fight. Loses round 2. I feel like we lose every round 2 in every fight. Good third round for DeRocha. Let's go to the body, keep it crazy. And there's a big KO for DeRocha. 8 KOs and 8 wins. For the Issaquah Incinerator, Keenan DeRocha will work on that one. The Tank Frank Edwards, that one's easy. Against David Archibald. 2 fighters with holes in their game and undefeated records. Let's see who will fall. Interesting prospect here. This one's only 6 rounds. Huge second round by Edwards. Let's pile on. Let's keep the heat on. Let's keep the heat engaged. Yes, sir. Keep the heat on. All right, that's a big round for the opposition. Round 5. Another good round for Edwards. Gets a knockout towards the end of the round. Archibald gets up at 4, and then we close in and get the TKO. And it's a 7-0 for Frankie Edwards. The supporting bout, only a 4-fight event here. Morales versus Christian Benet. Who is 1-0 with 1 knockout in his career. We are Fred Morales, a special fighter, 6-0 with 5 KOs. Let's see how he can do. 6-round fight. 6-round fights for these special prospects are always scary. Because you just drop 2 rounds and you're in trouble. Let's go pile on pressure. I want to make sure Morales doesn't work. That's not doing work. We have to go to the body, basically. We get a knockdown. That's huge. Okay. And Morales' undefeated record is at risk here. We're going to go natural style. And put it on fastest. And it's a good start to the round for Benet. I'm mad. Really great stuff from Benet here. Just dominating this round. He didn't like that knockdown. Only 2 power punches from Morales, and now we get knocked down. You might get knocked out. Up at the count of 9, struggling to stay in this fight. Benet has absolutely dominated this round. And it's a knockdown from Morales. I had all but given up. Is Benet getting up? No! What a knockout for Fred Morales to keep his undefeated record. I had completely given up all hope on that fight. Benet dominated round 3, dominated round 5 completely. Knocked down Morales in round 5. That one flash knockdown in round 4 for us. I'd all but forgotten it had happened. We were at 8% energy. And on only our 3rd power punch of the fight, we score a knockdown and a knockout. Benet does not beat the count, and Morales miraculously maintains his undefeated record. He is now 7-0. That was a awful performance from Morales. He did not bring all his tools to the ring tonight, but he brought his power, and that was more than enough. What a timely KO by Morales. Probably the KO of the save so far. Morales' legend grows. That was an unbelievable knockout. Flores. It's a heavyweight tilt. Flores versus Venegas. Benegas, a dangerous fighter out of Ithaca, New York, undefeated. You know we're putting this one on fast. Let's let the heavyweights bang it out. Flores trying to be the one to take Benegas' undefeated mark. Both men fighting well in the first round. Even first round. Very back and forth. Like I said, incredibly even first round. Lots of damage done. Nothing definitive either way, as Benegas making a very definitive statement, unsurprisingly, to start round 2. We always lose round 2, but we don't normally lose it this big. 20 unanswered punches to start the round from Benegas. We are getting dog walked here in round 2. That was brutal. That was a 10-8 without a knockdown. That was a 10-8 with no knockdown. I'm bordering on cover up for the next round. That was our natural style. Our natural style is a back alley beatdown. He might as well have had a spiked bat. Come on. Now he's just not throwing. I mean, these last 2 fights, our fighters haven't thrown any punches. Flores and Morales. Nobody's throwing. Throw. I'm just putting Pile on to try to get him to throw punches. It's not with the flow of the fight at all. We should probably be on cover up at this point. But I'm just trying to get Flores to throw punches. He's not doing it. He's still not doing it. We're going to get knocked out here. We're lucky to see round 5. And if that last win was a miracle, this one is the miracle of all miracles. Finally, we're doing some good work on counterpunching, but we're down on energy 79-11. We're almost all the way to getting TKO'd. Benegas is very much defending his undefeated record, savagely outlanding us in every round. This fight is pretty much curtains. I'm going to have to go look for KO and try to just land a bomb on him. I don't think that's going to work either. We land some punches, some big shots. It's not enough. We're trying to get that flash KO. But the ref is going to stop it as the accumulation from Benegas is too much, and it's a one-sided win for Joaquin Benegas over David Flores, who I think David Flores, and maybe unfortunately Cottrell, but he's taking care of his record a little better. I think for both fighters, it's just a matter of us finding a better heavyweight prospect, and I think neither of them are going to be at the company any longer. So enjoy them while they are here, because I don't think either of them are long for the company. Does Angel King want a contract? Why would he? Why would he want a contract? Why would he want to do that? We're just good. We're just good and help you win fights. Why would you want to re-sign with us? We just have $4 million and we want to use it to make you a better fighter, but no, sign somewhere else. And Fitch, now ranked by all these belt organizations. Same ones as Tony. Thank you, WBA, IBF, and WBO. If you aren't from those organizations, you are a hater. Anthony Rios, up to number 25 in the WBO. I think that's absolutely outrageous. Anthony Rios has proved that he deserves a higher ranking than that in the cruiserweight division. This man is a dangerous demon in the cruiserweight division. I kind of want him to have more punching accuracy. I can't even lie. Out of all that stuff. I'd rather put the punching accuracy at 14. We're going to do a little scouting. You know what, we're going to watch. We're going to scout first. You know what, I don't want to forget. We're going to watch this fight and then we're going to scout. Johnny Donovan versus Dowd. Saparpin. I'm just going to call him Dowd. Donovan v. Dowd. Round 1. Put that thing on fastest. Good first round by the undefeated champ. Always fun to see if a fighter can get to 50-0. I don't think a single fighter did ever get to 50-0 in my last save, whether for me or for anyone else. Donovan's ahead in this fight. Might not have won that round, but he's got his opponent more tired. Controlled that round, don't know if he won it. Dowd is less damaged at this point. Dowd racking up damage. Donovan has been in trouble before, though, and he's gotten out of it. This doesn't really seem like the kind of fight where he would get KO'd. He's also got Dowd more tired, but Donovan is also tired. But he isn't winning rounds right now. Haven't looked at the scorecards yet. It's a big knockdown for Dowd. And now Donovan's in a lot of trouble. He's lost a lot of rounds in a row, and he got knocked down. He's going to have to come back and win all 3 of these to keep his undisputed welterweight title and his undefeated record and his shot at 50-0 for the nation of Ireland. And nope. Dowd comes right in and stops it. Johnny Donovan doesn't come out swinging for the 10th round in a massive upset. Dowd Saparapin. Dowd Saparapin. There we go. Out of Jakarta, Indonesia. Out of the 2 countries that start with I, it is Indonesia that walks out with the belt today. And the greatest undefeated fighter in the world right now has lost his 0. And the police are being called because a 44-0 Irish fighter just lost his undefeated record. That's what that siren means. There's a fucking riot going on in Cobh right now. They're rioting in Cobh. And we've got an absolutely insane super lightweight bout here between Rufat Muratov of Azerbaijan and Stam Kabenga. So we get more championship fights here this week. Almost missed this one. Is this one this week? No, but that's a good fight too. Check on that one. Don't really care about that one. Porterville. All right. Muratov versus Kabenga. Let me double check Kabenga. Yeah, this should be a banger. Even first round. Even second round. Action-packed second round. Muratov doing slightly more damage. Slightly. Muratov good third round. Taking control of the fight there in the third and establishing it in the fourth. Not one punch for Kabenga. Baffled by Muratov's style and power. A good round for Muratov. Kabenga starting to answer back. It's another huge round. Muratov racking up these huge rounds and point totals. A couple stealthy round wins there for Kabenga, though, but he's out of energy. Another big round for Muratov. Muratov has all this volume he can fall back on. Kabenga's stolen a few rounds. He's making a decent account of himself, actually. He's gotten a few round wins in here. It's 4, but it's a 12-round fight. I don't think there's any argument for him to be had on these scorecards. No, sir. It's a lopsided, unanimous decision win for Rufat Muratov to maintain his Champ Magazine, WEC, WB, IBF World Super Lightweight title. Rufat Muratov. Those are a couple fun championship fights. Let's do some scouting. I think we need some new fighters. I think we need some fresh blood. I wish you could excuse me. I wish you could eliminate certain fighters. I wish you could just check off a certain fighter and be like, no, don't show him to me ever again. I don't want this fighter on my list. I saw one fighter that I liked in this whole time looking through. This guy's got some decent power, but I don't want him. Mike Bledsoe. He's from New London, Connecticut. He's got a lot of holes. Myquan Beckford? No. 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 Really not seeing much of... No. It's moving me here. Stevens Mitchell just okay. A little old. To have a 0-0 record. No to Diaz. No to Guivas. No to Brandon Ball. Kareem Ramos only has 6 stamina, but he's 20 years old, and he's got decent tools. Not great box office, but let's see if he wants to sign. He does. He'll sign a 3 fight, so that's nice. We got a new fighter. There's really not that much talent out there available right now. It's kind of why I'm looking at amateurs more so. But I'm sure that none of our amateurs are old enough to sign yet. I'm kind of tempted by Al Limerick here. Huge super heavyweight out of California. #1 super heavyweight in North America at least. Don't know where he is in the world ranking. Not even sure how to see it. But he's the number 1 super heavy in North America. And I could sign him. But it would be interesting to let him just develop out into the world as a normal heavyweight. And it's not like there's a shortage of good amateur heavyweights. We don't necessarily have to go after him. It would just be a matter of us thinking he was the best. But I don't necessarily think Rigoberto Grant isn't the best. He's a little undersized for a heavyweight, but he could maybe move down to cruiser. I really don't mind Rigoberto Grant. I think I actually like him more. He doesn't have the staggering size of Al Limerick, who's 6'8", 81-inch reach. Lots of power and aggression, lots of physical resilience, not a great mental attitude. And that's ultimately what makes the difference for me. Rigoberto Grant has the mentality and still the power and aggression and still the boxing skills, so I'm going to sign him. Maybe we could sign them both. No, we can't. But I'm happy with Rigoberto Grant. I'm happy with our current roster of amateurs. I think we're going to have some really good fighters coming up into our ranks in a short time. And I think that's a very exciting part of the save is watching your fighters grow. Not just from signing them out of the free agent list here, but as amateurs. Don't know if I want Irvin Fitch to have a new contract yet. Didn't exactly impress me in his last fight. He got 2 fights left on his deal, so we'll give him 1 more. This fight is in a week, so I'll watch it and then schedule an event. Crazy Johnny Donovan lost his undefeated record, lost his undisputed. Tiranov versus Lovett, this should be a good one. Has Lovett fought for a title before? No. He is the Asian light heavyweight champion, but he has not fought for a title. He lost to Teddy Molinar. What's been going on with Teddy Molinar? He's 45-2 now. So he's a former champion, doesn't have a fight scheduled. He's 28, so I doubt he's retired. He fought on August 8th. It doesn't say we can sign him, so he may be retired. Not sure. It would be a shame if he was retired. He's only 28, but retiring at boxing at any age is understandable. I don't want to get punched in the face anymore. Batal Tiranov is an insane 33-0 champion, and it would be equally insane if he lost his record to a fighter the quality of Adam Lovett. This should be routine for Tiranov, and his fans will probably expect it to be, but he takes damage in the first round, takes bigger damage in the second. He's in trouble. And Adam Lovett stops him. What happened to Batal Tiranov? That low stamina and low defensive skills finally came back to bite him. The aggression and the punch accuracy of Lovett ultimately proved to be too much, and how about that? Not undisputed, but a very, very unified champion in Adam Lovett out of Melbourne, Australia. Wow. Unexpected, to say the least. And we have for sure got some interesting champions in the sport right now. How about we have a look at them? In the spirit of watching all those title fights. So in heavyweight, how about a unification between these two for the undisputed? Deshaun Keys and James Ray. I'd pick James Ray in that one, but oh man. Cruiserweight, you have 2 champions, Junior Agapito Abreu and Zachary Kalundi. I don't know if I've watched his fights. 13 losses. Only 2 in the sim and on a big winning streak, including a lot of early round knockouts over some fun fighters, some good fighters. Light heavyweight, Lovett obviously just did what he did. He'd have to unify against Mehdi Yusupov, and that is going to be one of my most anticipated fights of the save after what he just accomplished. At super middleweight, it's Johnny Perez and this guy, Gabor Josa, holding one of the belts. Middleweight, it's Badu Cody, as we remember, and Christian Usainov, of course. Rastgar Wid in between them. This is a stacked division, by the way. This guy's also an absolute menace, despite having a not great-looking record. Super welterweight, it's Joe Hoon and Sardar Yusupov. Welterweight, it's all Dowd. It's all Dowd, and I would say it always has been, but it hasn't. Demetrius Johnson? Excuse me? Dude, what if we signed Demetrius Johnson? Oh, that sucks. That would have been so much fun. Would have given the episode a new title. I mean, it doesn't make sense we can't sign the, what is he? Number 6 ranked welterweight in the world. With where we're at, that's fair. Muratov with 3 belts and the ring, which is the non-guaranteed belt. The ring doesn't have to get given out. I don't know what makes the game give out the ring belt, but it's given out pretty rarely in real life. Now that the Saudis own the Ring magazine, it will probably be given out more liberally in the future. Paul Valenzuela has the WBO belt, interestingly enough. Alberto Gomez with 3 of the belts, Valera with 1. Ala Rabzadov at 21-6-1. And then Joseph Manigo, who should probably be the undisputed, down here way underranked by a lot of the belt organizations. Jorge Luis Calderon, also a top contender, but doesn't have any of the belts. Manigo is, in my opinion, the best in this division in the world. At featherweight, we have 3 champions. Guiyao Yang holds the WBA, Matt Butcher with the WBC and IBF, and Joaquin Allen has the WBC belt and an undefeated record. At super bantamweight, it's all sore, like I said. At bantamweight, 3 more champions. Kinya Sato from Japan. Rodrigo Lemos has the WBC and WBA out of Argentina. And Ricky Balacando, who we've watched fight, has the WBC out of the Philippines. Superfly. Yamai Daochuai has the bantamweight. Sorry for that horrible pronunciation. And Roger Mosquera is the real beast of the division with 3 of the belts and an undefeated record. At flyweight, Danny Gonzalez, Hiroki Kawabata, and Raj Abu Matagwa. 3 pretty impressive flyweights here, actually, especially Kawabata. Kawabata is one of the best fighters alive. Kawabata could be undisputed here in this division one day. And then Emil Ronson is, of course, here with 2 of the strawweight belts, and Ali Kambaluda in the way here if he wants to unify them all and go undisputed. Okay, so there's all your champions. And we're going to schedule another fight night here after we give Lamont Williams a new 3-fight deal. Even though I'm a little sketchy on his future, he is still undefeated. When he gets fraud checked and when we have more fighters to sign, he will in all likelihood be out the door. So don't get too attached to him, even though he does have an undefeated record. It's probably the worst undefeated fighter that we have. I hate to say it. That doesn't mean that he's bad. But he's got a lot of work to do and not a lot of room to grow. For being honest, we can't spend the XP points on him. He doesn't have a lot to spend, so he's only going to grow so much, and we know that. Anthony Rios is a real MF, and he needs a new contract. At least a 3-fight. The Bridgeport Beast. And we're going to start a new event. Don't know who is going to be headlining here, but we can make some pretty fun fights now against plenty of ranked opposition. Alright, so we've got some fun ranked fighters we can set our guys up against here. Fitch versus Coleus looks like a great fight, genuinely. It's hard not to make it. I did see, however, a more interesting prospect, and that being our first fight for any kind of championship at all. Oh, we can't make it. That's a shame. I thought we might have our first championship fight against Jose Fundora, but they don't want to fight us. That's interesting. He might win. I think it would be another fun scrap here for Rios. He's very oversized compared to Fundora, but Fundora is a lot better. And, of course, he is the reigning defending North American cruiserweight champion. So that would have been an awesome fight to make. Instead, we're probably going to have to go with somebody like Stephen Hooper or Jorge Villalba is ranked and appears beatable. It'd be another tough fight for Rios, but his takes punishment is terrible. So we're going to make that, but that's not going to be the headliner. That'll be on the undercard of the Fitch fight against either Matthias or Coleus. It'll be Coleus. How about this guy, Klaus Peter Teichmann? I have no idea how he got that good of a ranking in only 17 professional fights with 6 KOs. Well, he's very good. That's why we're not fighting him. There's got to be some more overrated ranked fighter. Costanilo Matthias, he isn't ranked by that many bodies, and he's pretty good. So, yes, it's going to be Coleus. How many sales? 2,500. So we'll put it in a 4,000 seater. I think we'll have this one at the Westchester County Center. I'm getting a little tired of the Westchester County Center, actually. Let's find somewhere a little more creative. The YouTube Theater in Inglewood, California. I have like really weird, vague, like core memories from being like, when did I go to LA for the first time? I think I was 15 or 16 and being in Inglewood, driving around in my cousin's car. One of those weird things, watching the sort of lights bounce off the front seat, the back of the front seat. Just weird core memories, bro. Only time I've ever been to Inglewood. I just remember being in the back of his car and driving down some random side street. It's really weird, the random memories that your brain keeps on. Let's do Talking Stick Resort Arena in Phoenix. That one sounds fun. I like the Sportatorium in Dallas, too. I'm not sure what that is. I feel like the Sportatorium would be like something near, like Jerry World, no? Near AT&T. Let's see here. Sportatorium Dallas. Tactical usage of the phone here. Sportatorium Dallas. It says it's permanently closed. It's a barn-like arena primarily used for professional wrestling events. So it was just like an independently owned little... Wow, that's a great picture. Yeah, it is pro wrestling. Wow, that's funny. What a little interesting piece of culture. Home of wrestling. Wrestling every Friday night. Wow, that's adorable. Looks like it had a fire at some point. That is a very interesting venue, but we're not going to have it there. We're going to have it at Yield Talking Stick Resort Arena, which is fun. It only has 4,200. I remember the Phoenix Suns playing there, so it must have had a bigger attendance at some point. Either way, it's going to play host to Andy Fitch versus David Coleus, which I wish was a 12-rounder, but it's not for a belt. So I cannot wait till we get our first championship fight. We could do Williams versus Dale. Neither of these guys need to be fraud checked. They're both good, so there's no reason for me to put them up against each other. Williams would dominate Reggie Thomas. Jesus Perano is actually in the top 100, actually wants to fight. This is going to be a great scrap. Williams versus Perano. This could be Williams' second professional loss, but it's worth the risk for the fun. For the fun alone, it's worth the risk. Nathan Gonçalves. Jorge Villalba out of Monterrey, Mexico. He is ranked... He's number 29 from the WBO, which I don't even... Yeah, like would beating him really make us ranked? And Jose Luis Bird is undefeated. Now he's harder. I'm not going to do him. This is kind of tough to find a fight here for Rios. This cruiserweight division is low-key kind of loaded. Here, this guy is ranked in the top 50. He's got a good record, and he isn't actually that good. So speaking of fraud checks... We're about to fraud check Angel Obrador all day and night. Just one moment. Next fight. David Flores. Samsondin Angel. Joshua Janney. Samsonine Boyle, just a total setup here for Flores for some reason. What kind of fight does Flores need right now? I mean, Cottrell, did we cut? Oh, no, this is a different Cottrell. This isn't our Cottrell. Funny to get a win over a guy named Cottrell. He is top 100. I think this is actually the easiest fight here. So let's do that one. Dustin Cottrell. And where is our own Cottrell? Just real curious. Ricardo Cottrell. He's fighting in 2 weeks. Okay. Yeah, he beat Alex Rodriguez. Now he's going to fight Omar Nava. He's doing pretty good. He's doing decent here in the heavyweight division. Okay, Lamont Williams. Really easy fight there for Williams. Too easy. Let's try to find somebody high ranked. There's not really anybody high ranked for Williams. I think he needs a more legitimate test, but it doesn't really seem like there is one. At least in somebody who combines a good record with a high ranking. Ballard's unnecessarily dangerous. We're going to do Luis Narvaez. Must be a little bit of a pain in the ass to get a fight scheduled 4 weeks from now. Like, damn, give me a little more time. There are mad UFC fights that are scheduled like months in advance. I mean, there are plenty of fights that are scheduled months in advance. The Canelo Crawford fight has been on for like 5 months and still isn't going to happen for another 3. I mean, Crawford has a whole year to go up and wait for that fight. It's a part of why it's actually an interesting fight. I still think Canelo is just too big and just too fast for Crawford, man. I really do. I think it's not actually that smart of a career move by. I think it's as a Crawford fan, as a Bud Crawford fan, as somebody who wants to see Crawford fight more, it's discouraging because it really seems to me like it's a retirement fight for Bud, whether he wins or loses. Maybe not if he wins. Actually, it's more likely if he wins that he'll stay around and try to fight more. I think, but again, Canelo is just so much bigger than anyone he's fought and so much faster than anyone that he's fought. He's never fought anybody like Canelo. I could understand, given Crawford's repertoire and his range of abilities, how he sees Canelo as sort of the ultimate challenge of his career. He's fought a lot of small guys with good hands, a lot of small guys that throw body shots, a lot of smaller guys that do all the things Canelo has done, but Canelo is just a bigger version. But unfortunately, when Crawford goes up in weight, he's going to lose some of his speed. He already has sick power, but you already saw it negated his power against Madrimov. And he's going to lose some of that speed when he gains the weight. And the only thing keeping that from being true is we schedule a ton of more 10-round fights here. There's going to be 10 rounds every single time. Let's have Kareem Ramos make his debut here against Clarence Johns. But Crawford's going to lose his speed, and I don't know that he can. There is no compensation for that. He's going to get in there, and Canelo's hands are just going to be faster than his, I think. But having a whole year to train up for that weight gain is big, but I think you still need more fights between 145 and I believe 168 where he's going. 145 where he was before Madrimov, where he beat Spence. And that's another shame that, Errol Spence made all that money from that Crawford fight, and now he's not coming back. And that's one of the real problems with boxing. Once the guys get that really big payday, they don't want to get punched in the head no more, and I completely understand that. It's kind of impressive that Jamal Charlo is even fighting this weekend. Anybody that fights Canelo coming back is admirable. It's another part of the reason why I love Bivol so much. Not only did for him, beating Canelo was a springboard. What does that tell you about how great he is? I think there's a really solid case to be made that Dimitri Bivol is the best living fighter on the planet. I really do. He's got Canelo and Beterbiev on his record. I don't know who has a better resume than that. Maybe only Canelo himself, and that's arguable. And that's with Canelo in the power position. That's how boxing works. It's like Mayweather. Mayweather was in the power position. He was the money guy. Same thing with Sugar Ray Leonard back in the 70s. If you're the money guy, if you're the guy at the top of the food chain making all of the money, you're going to end up with a better resume. You just naturally are going to have a good resume, right? But Bivol's never been on top of the food chain, and he's managed to put together a career with those 2 wins. And the third Beterbiev fight, to me, he just needs to do what he did in the second one. Bivol's the younger fighter. He's the faster fighter. He seems to somehow even have not the stronger hands, but the better hands. And there were so many rounds in their second fight where, Bivol would just flurry with those extra punches, and it would just put me out of my seat, make my jaw drop how great he is. It's really not surprising at all when you watch back the Canelo fight how much he won by. And that's the fight that nobody ever asked for, the fight nobody ever talks about, the hypothetical where I'm like, man, could we have ever gotten Bivol versus Triple G? That thing would have been an absolute banger. Could you imagine how great of a technical fight that would be? As great of a technical fight as the first 2 Canelo Triple G matches were. Could you even imagine? Bivol and Triple G back then? Man, oh man, what a fight that would be. As you've got a really interesting world lightweight title here between Gomez and Roberto Prescott. As Gualberto Gomez is undefeated, one of the top pound-for-pound fighters in the world, that classic duology with Milciades Rosa. And let's see if Gomez can defend his belt against Roberto Prescott after his last impressive defense against Shin. Big first round. Big second round for Gomez. Gomez really in control of the proceedings here. Prescott with a big round 4, but Gomez gets back to lead in round 5, has another big round around 6. He's really controlling this fight. Prescott could maybe come into it in the second half. It's another even round. Gomez is cut up, but he's still overwhelming Prescott with volume. Prescott really hasn't had any answers for Gomez. If he makes the final bell, it's impressive. He doesn't. It's a knockdown halfway through the round by Gomez, and then Gomez chases him and gets the finish. He's now 25-0, and he is still the champion of every single lightweight division that starts with a W. WBC, WBA, WBO, world champ. And we've got this 2-belt world strawweight title that for some reason I feel like watching. We'll watch it on fast. Don't normally watch these only 2-belt strawweight fights, but just for your guys' entertainment. It's pretty even so far. Big round from Endo. Can he bring it home to Japan? More big rounds from Endo. Endo, just like that last week, he's really in control. 22 punch round. Finally a good round from Kambaluda. He's got to use his energy if he wants to bring his belts back to Tanzania. It's going to take a KO now. Endo just got to fight defensive. Instead, he has a really big round. And it's surprising it wasn't wider on the scorecards. That 116-111 was very generous to the Tanzanian. It's a wide unanimous decision victory for the new WBC WBA World Strawweight title holder, Ibuki Endo. And we are going to go to our pretty short fight night. We've got 1 star on this fight. Tony Seals versus Gerard Elland. I'm never sure what the stars mean. Maybe it just means that it's a fight between two ranked fighters, which I think is what it is. Here from the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Let's get ready to roll. Mitchell v. Garcia. Again, for some reason, it's a 10-rounder to start the night. Mitchell, the New York kid. Can he finish the Venezuelan early? Good first round. Good second round. A knockdown in the third round. He's going to have to chase a win now. We're going to go to the body. Another huge round with a knockdown. He's been knocked down. He gets up at 9 and then gets up at 6. Garcia in a world of trouble right now, trying to find his way out of the jungle against Mitchell. Outvolumes him there. Mitchell's going to have to go on cover up to avoid being KO'd. It's another knockdown. It's a third knockdown of the fight for Mitchell, but Garcia is still hanging in here. This is kind of crazy. He's outlanding us. He's winning rounds, but we're knocking him down. Let's go to natural style. We still have 26% of our energy left. We're going to go on fast. I'm not going to be surprised if Garcia outpunches us here. It's frustrating that Mitchell has so much damage on him for a fighter who is not only out power punching, has knocked down 3 times, and he really could lose this fight if he loses a grip of one of these rounds here. We'll go pile on pressure, kind of against my better judgment. I mean, everything about the situation screams for it, but the possibility of us taking counter power shots is so dangerous. It's the 4th knockdown of the fight, man. Just call the thing off. Mitchell. Garcia back up. If he manages to come back and land, he doesn't. We follow up. We get the TKO. That 4th knockdown damaged him so much. We do manage to outland him in the fight 90-89. 4 KOs is crazy. 4 knockdowns, rather. As that's a great performance from Mitchell, to be honest with you. Showed a lot of stick-to-itiveness. And a lot of heart and willpower to get the finish. Maybe not the best finishing instinct, but knocking down anybody 4 times is impressive. It's not your fault he got back up. And McCreary versus Jaluk. It's another good test for McCreary. Jaluk, nothing but KOs in his career. 5-0 out of Patterson, NJ. This is a tri-state area matchup. McCreary comes back to take control of the first round. Landing combinations using the jab, but it's Jaluk coming back with big power shots at the end and damaging McCreary. And that's an action-packed, tough first round there for McCreary, who takes control of the second round, gets cut over the eye early in the round, doesn't like it, and puts off 24 punches on Jaluk to command round 2 and even this fight up. And now, in round 3, McCreary seems to be chasing an early finish. Is he going to get it? Not yet. We're going to go to the body and drain the last of this energy from Jaluk. And now we can just chase the fight. We'll do natural style. Give him that little false sense of security before we pile on pressure. We get a knockdown, so we're going to go for KO. Hopefully we don't get countered too hard. We get another knockdown. Let's put it on cover up so we don't get knocked out ourselves. We can let him try to fight off the back foot, and now we'll just go back to pile on pressure and finish it, and immediately, we actually finish it immediately into that round. Instead of chasing him down and getting the TKO, McCreary just steps up and KOs Diluc ice cold here in round 10. Too much damage, too many knockdowns. We have 7 knockdowns in the last 2 fights. We are really whooping ass tonight here at the Seminole. Rice versus McGurk, the one they all showed up for. This should be short for Max Rice. Short work. Liam McGurk is either bad or hasn't developed yet. He needs more training. Probably should have stayed in the amateurs a little longer. He's discovering against Max Rice, who's pretty much overwhelming him right now. He's an end of the round for McGurk, but Rice is just hunting the finish at this point already. Not a score of knockdowns in this fight for Max Rice, but he's chasing the TKO all night long. We'll go to the body. It's taken a long time. Rice is still in there. Managed to avoid heavy shots the last few rounds. There's a big round from Rice. Rice still coming forward. We'll pile on pressure, try to get the finish here in round 10. Not quite. He ends with 98%, but that is a very, very lopsided win. 100-86. Max Rice just put a beat down on Liam McGurk. McGurk is about to go back into working at the chip shop. That was brutal. Cottrell versus Nava. This should be a good fight. Watch the first round on fast because it's heavyweights. Good start by Nava. Cottrell attempting to come back, but Nava still landing the jab, controlling the pace. Cottrell gets it back to center ring and starts landing combinations and takes the round back. Very impressive end to the round there for Cottrell. Chaining punches together, chaining combinations together, and managing to deal heavy damage to Nava. Cottrell working even harder forward on Nava now. Good work from Nava to control another round, but can Cottrell come and steal this one as well? Nava not letting it happen this time. He lands better at the end of that round. And this fight is tied after 2. We're going to go on fastest, see what happens in round 3. Another even exchange. And another even exchange. They're going tit for tat, blow for blow. We're going to go cover up for 1 round here. Try to control the tempo a little bit, ease off the intensity. That doesn't really work. Nava likes throwing. Back on natural style. We're in trouble. We're going to go back to the body. That doesn't work either. Oh, no, it does. It does. We get some big body shots on, and now we actually managed to not take a lot of damage. This is an entertaining and fun and close fight. We're going to watch these rounds. Nava should be ahead 4-3, but we don't know that. We've seen some ridiculous judging decisions, especially in our own favor. And for round 8, we're the one with the energy. We're the one with the stamina, so let's do pile-on pressure. I worry we'll use all of that stamina and not get anything done, and that's what's happened so far. We scored punches, but he's scoring the power punches. He's still winning the fight. He's still in control of the fight. We really need to dominate this round, and that isn't really happening. Cottrell starting to land punches. There we go. Landed damaging strikes. Cottrell with an authoritative round win. Really bullied Nava in that round, actually, especially see with the ring control. Only 2 power shots. I'd like to see more. But this fight is very, very close to being back even. We're going to go back on natural style. Take a little bit of the pressure off the gas, give him a little more room to work, and hopefully we can work back the other way. That's exactly what's happening. Big counter punches by Cottrell. Not controlling the ring as much, but again, dominating the round. And I'd say he's ahead in this fight now. Very impressive work from Cottrell. And we're going to be able to pile on pressure in the last round and hunt the finish. Once again, this has been a very impressive tactical performance from Ricardo Cottrell, who, you know, if he wants me to doubt his ability in the heavyweight division, he needs to give me a reason, and he hasn't done that so far. He's giving me no reason at all as he chases the TKO, cuts Nava under his right eye, breaks his jaw in round 9, actually, then cuts him under the eye and finishes the fight in round 10. And Omar Nava is now 4-3, and Ricardo Cottrell is now 11-1-2. 16 fights in the heavyweight division for Cottrell and still only one loss. You can hate on him as much as you want to. You can hate on him for the draws. You can call him boring. But he's getting the job done. Speaking of getting the job done, Steve Irvin. Not a great chin, but a great fighter at super middleweight. Taking on Oybek Jabarov. I know it's going to be a very important win for his career if he can get it. And it's a huge first round for Irvin, who's chasing the win already in round one. Gets wobbled by a shot from Jabarov, but it's not enough to stop him. Irvin keeps coming forward, piling on pressure. And it's big damage by Steve Irvin in round one. Big knockdown. Wow. Crazy round there. Crazy round there. Jabarov knocks down Irvin. Irvin gets up at 5. Then Irvin comes down and knocks Jabarov, who crawls back to his feet at the count of 9, barely surviving. A powerful punch from Irvin. And does Irvin have more to offer? As Jabarov is near the bottom of his gas tank here, not even halfway through the fight. Irvin counterpunching in this round and battering Jabarov. Jabarov has to try to come forward. He has no choice but to sit there and taste Irvin's power in response. And it's a huge round and a knockout round for Irvin. We told him to cover up, and he covered up and then added on a little something extra. That was a dominating performance by Stephen Irwin, actually. Very good job of him to get through that knockdown in round 3. And then knock him down in the same round, too. Tony Seals versus Gerard Eland. I just got a feeling about this fight. I feel like this is kind of going to be a banger, even though Seals is undefeated and should have this handled. I just feel like Eland can kind of put up a challenge. And there you go. Big start to the fight for Eland, who gets cut over the eye by Seals' first punch. There's something about Seals' power. Seals needs to land more. Seals starting to land. Seals landing more, comboing. Using the jab and working off of it, Tony Seals. I don't know if he took that first round. Probably not. Might be a little generous to give it to Eland, but especially as the underdog, I think most of the judges will give round 1 to Eland there. But it's a big second round for Seals. Punches back from Eland. Seals doesn't like that. Now it's a well-established Seals lead in round 2. And now it's time to go to the body and try to tire out Eland. Will Seals' investment in body shots pay off in the long term, or will he fail to damage Eland? Seals getting in the gut, but it's Eland landing back. It's a lot of damage to Eland, but he's winning the round, and now it's damage to Seals. And Seals took far too much damage trying to negate Eland's energy there. And we fall back to natural style here. And now Seals begins to take control of the round, battering Eland, knocking him up against that TKO percentage, and then the more big shots land. He flew up to that 100%. Those were big, damaging shots from Tony Seals, really flexing the muscles, really showing off the power here in round 4 to finish Gerard Eland. And that was not a particularly difficult fight for Tony Seals, who continues to climb up the ranks of middleweight and who wants to prove that he is one of the best middleweights in the world. Great performance there by 17-0 Tony Seals, who is absolutely going to get a ring IQ upgrade and has plenty of more room to upgrade as well if we're worried about that conditioning or that takes punishment. But the 14 ring IQ alone makes him a much better fighter than he was yesterday. And we've got another event in 2 weeks. And there we go. Andy Flick of the Switch Fish versus David Callias from Talking Stick Resort Arena in lovely Phoenix, Arizona. Williams versus Perano is going to be a great fight on this card too, and watch out for Rios versus Overdor, always with the underrated bouts at cruiserweight. We might watch all 3 of those on fast speed, but we're going fastest for the first fights of the night. Ramos making his career debut, very promising young welterweight Maybe not the greatest prospect in the world, but certainly some hope for him, and he's certainly better than Clarence Johns. You'd expect him to get up to 1-0 here. Big first round by Johns. Knocked down by Kareem in round 2. That's what you like to see. Controls round 3 with a pile on pressure. This is like a lot of these 6-round fights. And it's a good win for Kareem Ramos in round 4. Gets a KO, 1-0, parentheses, 1. What you like to see for Kareem Ramos there. DeRocha, Mr. Knockouts against Timur Kanov. Kind of hard, kind of tough to find people to fight DeRocha at this point. Super bantamweight with nothing but knockouts and 3 losses already on his record. But you know what? He brings the entertainment. So we're going to keep booking him. And I think he's down 2-0 here. But now all of a sudden he's dealing big damage. Let's tell him to go to the body. That can't be fun for the other guy. And it's a nice round for DeRocha, who's going to stay on natural style now. Huge round for DeRocha. And Timur is on the ropes here. More big rounds. He's chasing the finish on pile-on pressure, but he's not going to get it yet. DeRocha, if DeRocha doesn't knock this guy out, that's crazy. He's got 2 more rounds to do it, actually. This guy's been up at 70+% and like 0% health, 0% energy for the last 4 rounds. And there's the knockdown and the knockout. It took round 10. But DeRocha finally gets his 9th professional knockout and 9 wins. Should it have been a little easier? Sure, but this is boxing. What happens in the ring happens in the ring, and he got the finish before the time elapsed, and that's all that's important to me. Angel King right to the body, please. Even keel. Very good rounds by King. Good rounds by King. He's racking up a lead in this fight. Bit of a boring fight. I'd like for King to finish it, and just on cue, there it is, round 9. He really starts to land. He was always landing in the fight. Good volume, good comboing. Not enough power punches per round after the first 2, but Angel King still, over time, works down his man and gets the win. Dale versus Dalton. Dale. Knocked down in round 2, almost gets the finish on Dalton. We're going to chase it. We're going to chase Dallas Christian Dalton. And there we go. We keep going after him with pile-on pressure. It doesn't work for 2 rounds. And it's another big round for Dalton. We're going to need to cover up and try to counterpunch, as Dalton is stealing rounds from Dale here. It's another big round. Now we're down in energy. I don't like that. We're going to go to the body with urgency. It's effective work, but not that effective. We'll stay in natural style. But Dale's in a little trouble. That's a good round win for Randy Dale. Let's do another natural style. It worked so well last time, and it's a knockdown for Dale. And these 2 knockdowns, if he lost a lot of rounds, these 2 knockdowns are making this fight much more even for Randy Dale. And we're going to be able to chase here in the final round and try to get the win or the finish. Better yet. And it's another good round for Dale. I really think he won that fight. And thankfully, it is 94-93 on all 3 judges' scorecards. We almost get completely robbed there, but it's enough for Randy Dale to get a win. That was a excellent performance by Randy Dale, actually, in a very fun fight. Williams versus Nevaez. This is going to be a good fight. The final fight of the prelims, the headliner of the prelims. As Lamont Williams, keep going back. Lamont Williams versus Narvaez, an undefeated featherweight in Williams. It's a fighter with a 500 record in Narvaez, but Narvaez lands the stronger work in round 1 and the stronger work in round 2. Williams needs to start to come into this fight a little bit. Taking damage, taking even more damage. Let's jab and move. Let's try to outbox this guy, because I think we can. That doesn't work either. We're going to have to go to the body now. Lamont Williams' undefeated record in peril. Very much in peril. So we're going to go to fast. Because, to be honest, I'm really not sure what to do here. I'm nervous about cover up. Let's do natural style, but either way, I think Narvaez can... If he really starts to land, we're going to be in big trouble. But this is a good round so far for Lamont Williams. Narvaez has broken his left hand. He's got a cut in his forehead. And now he starts to land back at Williams as he has all night. But Williams, I was going to say he's in control this round. Don't know about that. Maybe now. Landing extra punches. Such a close fight. Just a razor-thin fight. Round 8. Even exchanges. It's Williams the lead in the round, but Narvaez crawls back. Williams back in the lead. No power punches. Big heavy shot to the head. That's the only power punch of the round. And Williams with an excellent round 9. The two combatants are tied at 16% of energy. Narvaez is the more damaged. Tough to say he was ahead in the fight. It's tough to say Narvaez is not ahead in the fight with all those rounds that he won. And Williams is going to have to chase a finish if he wants to keep his undefeated record. And that's a big shot. We're landing big shots. We're doing good work. I think that's probably another round win for us. I don't think you could really give that to Narvaez. I have no idea how he won that round. And we're just going to bum rush here and see if we can get the finish. We need to go for broke for real. Narvaez with big counter punches. And there's a knockdown. I was worried about that. And that's pretty much going to end the fight. And Lamont Williams' undefeated record. He does get up. He's not that damaged. He's going to have to keep going for broke and try to get that finish. But this is definitely not his fight now. He's also just... The lack of power punches for Williams has been wild in this fight. He manages to put some damage on Narvaez, but it's not going to be enough. And it's also not going to be enough to sway the judges. Luis Narvaez takes Lamont Williams' undefeated record. And that is not what you wanted to see. As the Philadelphia Kid has suffered his first loss in the professional ring against someone who he was supposed to beat. And that is never a good sign. And at 28, with that one loss on his record, he was always just one loss away from becoming a real cut candidate, unfortunately. And it looks like we might have to look at cutting him sooner rather than later, which we would never do to our dear boy, Max Rice, who is pretty much the exact same level of fighter, but with none of the expectations that I, for some reason, put on Lamont Williams. Frankie Edwards has been very entertaining. And he's a New Yorker, so we'll keep him. All right, Flores versus Cottrell at heavyweight. We're going to watch this one on fast motion, at least for the first round for sure. We have a lot of influence points to sign amateurs, I just noticed, and also to upgrade our fighters, so we'll do that soon. Not betting on this. We're on fast. Can Cottrell get a first round KO here? He's more capable than, Flores. He's more capable than Cottrell. But it's not something I'm going to call for. I'm not going to put him on look for KO or nothing. Nice first round from Cottrell. We're not doing anything. Flores is... Everyone accused Flores of being boring is being vindicated right now. He hasn't thrown a punch. He is just letting himself get dominated by Dustin Cottrell. That was a bold strategy there from Flores. Stand there and allow yourself to get punched in the face. And we're going to go on fast if he's going to keep fighting like this. There's a big round. He breaks out the second. He wants to be on fastest. We'll keep it on fastest. Pile on pressure. No, that's not good. This is a crazy fight. This is a crazy, crazy fight. Back to fast, natural style. It didn't work, and then it did work. What's going to happen now? Very even keel round. Still very even. But it's still a double up from Cottrell as he's giving Flores absolutely all he can handle. Let's go with cover up here. And see if we can do enough damage to really negate Cottrell's massive energy advantage. Big shot from Flores. Another big shot from Flores. The punch stats are really pretty even, but Flores is so gassed compared to Cottrell. Cottrell's going to have a lot of energy to get back into this round. Flores lands again. Flores beats Cottrell against the ropes and starts to land and ends that round, but he's still got nothing on Cottrell's remaining stamina. Cottrell backed into the corner. Flores beginning to land, as he was down a lot in that round, and then he came back and could have even won it. We're going to pile on pressure with this last 1% and hope that does something. Good shots from Flores to start the round. 6 punches, lots of comboing off, lots of damage to Cottrell. This is a good round from Flores. Cottrell offering no resistance at all, hasn't thrown any punches. And this should make this fight pretty much even. It's a dominant round for David Flores, who pretty much drains all of Cottrell's energy heading into the final 3 rounds. It's a good start to this round by Flores as well, before Cottrell hits back with the last of his juice. Lands a few punches, and Flores coming back the other way to even it up. Outland, out power strike. Flores is doing very, very good work here, standing mano-a-mano in front of Cottrell. This is very impressive stuff, as Flores is going to pile on pressure and try to prove once and for all that he's the better man on the night. Close fight, tied. Basically doubling up Cottrell on punches. Not anymore. Cottrell with the comeback. Flores gets it back even. That's a crazy round. We thought he was going to be chasing the finish, but instead it's an absolute war of a round. But Flores has been completely in control of this fight for some time now. And he remains in control of the fight. Big shot from Flores on Cottrell. Cottrell connects with a shot back, but Flores really putting the hammer down here at the end of the fight. Flores manages to do damage, maybe steals the last round, but it's not going to be close to enough. Generous scorecard there at 95-93 for the winner by unanimous decision, David Flores. He did a great job there recovering. That was a really rough start, especially a brutal first round and a couple other rough rounds, but he got through it. No knockdowns in the heavyweight fight, but David Flores with another win. Again, it's not going to help the people who say that he's boring, though. That probably was a fairly boring fight for the casual observer. Rios versus Obrador, crazy cruiserweight bout. Big first round from Obrador. Big second round from us and Rios, and we're going to cover up in round 3. And it's more damage from Obrador. So let's go back to natural style for a round, as we're in trouble again. Rios' undefeated record. In trouble this time, getting badly outlanded, badly outpunched. Needs to go to the body, and needs to go to the body now. That worked. Let's try it again. That worked as well. Going to the body is working very, very well here for Rios. As we let it stand and trade, this might be a little stupid. I'm going to go back to the body again. It's just working so well. That doesn't work that well. We might have just dropped around. We can't afford to lose, and we definitely did there. As now I feel like we have very little choice. Plant your feet seems like a decent choice here. We're a better fighter. Let's try to land the bigger shots, and we do. And this fight, to the surprise of nobody at all, is a draw. We win on the only scorecard, but I think that fight was a draw. It says on these scorecards, it says 6-4 Obrador, but this round 7 you could definitely swing for Rios. And when we come back, we will do these 2 mid headlining bouts. That was an excellent fight at cruiserweight there for Anthony Rios, and it unfortunately ended in a draw. Hopefully we can get a rematch against Angel Obrador. Either way, this cruiserweight division and Anthony Rios out of Bridgeport is proving to be an extremely entertaining fighter and hopefully a marketable fighter in the future. Perano's a big guy, 6'2". Good stamina, takes punishment well, good defensive fighter. Same level of IQ as Williams. Williams is the more skilled and aggressive and overall talented fighter. But this is a very good bout. And we're going to watch this on fast because this should be an entertaining one from the window to the wall. Williams not starting off well here. There we go. Gets into the round at about the 1 minute left mark. Big shots from Williams. A good end of the round there by Williams. He takes round 1. Perano doing good work here. He did good work in the first as well. Williams continuing to press, though. Big shots from Williams. Shots back from Perano. Good counter punching from the Mexican. And the Mexican challenger takes round 2. And it's an even fight so far heading into round 3. Williams landing hard shots. Prano bleeding from his nose. Prano connects back with a jab. Big shots from Prano on Williams. Not much happening. Williams connects with a jab. Low action round there. Williams takes it, however. Sort of have a feeling this fight's going to go to decision. No real big significant damage being landed here. Williams, not a particularly high number of power punches rather either. Williams continuing to throw, continuing to land. Really high quality work from Williams here. Prano hasn't really shown much since about the second round. And Williams is taking initiative in most of the rounds as well, coming out strong, as he has today. It's more power shots. There's absolutely nothing coming back the other way from Prano. Tempting me to go on pile on pressure here. That's really good work from Williams. Williams now is piling on pressure. Oh, and it's a knockdown from Prano. That is very unexpected. Will Williams be beating the count? Yes, at the count of 8. And it's big that he got up there because he's the less damaged and more energetic fighter. He's well ahead in the fight. I mean, obviously, it's big that he gets up. But he's not particularly likely to get knocked back down. He's doing okay work here. It's a big Prano round there after the knockout, and never mind. Prano chases him down, follows it up, and gets the KO. Jesus Prano knocks off Jose Williams. And that's a really disappointing loss for Williams. It definitely doesn't take really any of Williams' stock away. First off, the middleweight division is full of talent. Second off, Prano is a big fighter. He's a good fighter. And third off, he fought really well in this fight. He dominated the fight up until that 7th round. That's how it goes sometimes. It's real hard to stay undefeated in this game, and fighting a fighter like Prano is never going to be an easy task, and it turned out the way it did for Williams, unfortunately. Andy Fitch versus David Coleus, the main event. Coleus does not take punishment well, so we may want to even start with a pile on pressure here. Maybe do 1 round of natural work. Coleus, a good fighter out of Athens, Greece. Big damage done from Fitch already. He really doesn't take punishment well. We could even do look for KO against this guy. This guy's kind of a softie. We've hit him with 2 power punches and he's at 84%. Yeah, I would say pile on pressure. That 3 takes punishment does not do him favors. 8 chin, 3 takes punishment. He's going to have to use that 17 punch accuracy. He is. Fitch taking damage now. I guess they're just throwing... I guess the shots are just making a difference in this fight. Fitch with a knockdown. Unsurprising. So much power punching in this fight. And that's a knockout. He knocks Coleus out. He does not beat the count. Who knows how graphic or brutal that was. But there was obviously some bad intention to the punches being thrown in this fight, clearly, given just how much damage did. It's only a middleweight fight. They both have decent power, 13 power, but they're both good punchers. I mean, 13 and 18 against 13 and 17, both high ring IQ. It's a good fight. That was an entertaining fight. That was a fun fight. And Andy Fitch knocks off the much larger man at David Coleus for a 2nd round knockout to keep his undefeated record. And that was a blast of an event. Disappointing loss for Jose Williams, but I think he's just going to come back stronger. I still very much believe in Jose Williams. I still very much believe in all 3 of these middleweights. Randy Dale isn't even bad, and he's from New York. So we've got a lot going on in the middleweight division right now, funnily enough. Steve Irvin has that weak chin, but he's going to be an entertainer, at least in the super middleweight division. And we have Rios outside that division. And then Fred Morales, who for some reason I thought lost. I don't know why I thought he lost. Maybe that's Darius Mitchell who lost. But yeah, Fred Morales didn't lose. Maybe he was losing. Oh, that's right. He was. I feel like he in one of his fights he was losing, and then he came back and got a KO. That's probably what I'm remembering. Was there a big fight this week that I just simmed through by accident? I think this is going to be a real long episode. I am happy with a real long episode during sort of this part of the playthrough specifically just because I want some of our fighters to get up to championship level. I want the game world to evolve a bit, uh, move along a bit, us to get a little deeper into the save, us really to build the lore of the save so I can get more ideas. I have had the idea of doing when we eventually get a fighter who wins a championship and who retires after having a great career, doing sort of a special video about the fighter, going back, showing some of their special championship fights, some of their most significant wins, some of their career highlights, as it were, going over their record, going over their stats, and basically just telling the story of the style and the kind of fighter that they were. Because that's really what this game really can build a rich history of its own world if you pay attention, if you know what to look for. Um, it can really naturally build storylines like very few other sports simulation games. Even in terms of like if there's one great champion from a country and like you sim, he retires and you sim 5 years down the line and another champion, from that same country comes up in his weight class and knocks off the guy who beat him. Things like that can happen. Guys can move weight classes. I mean, we've already seen, I think it was Yusupov right here, who moved weight classes from super middleweight. He's already had two, completely different careers in two different weight classes. So this game can really build fascinating histories. I guarantee you when we're like 10 years into the save, there's going to be some crazy GOAT debates to be had about who the best fighter is. Probably a fighter who never even saw the inside of our gym. It's just a really deep universe. And who wouldn't love to see Soar come up to lightweight and fight Gomez? Oh boy, would that be a fight and a half? Ronson versus Ray, make it happen. The strawweight champ versus the heavyweight champ, do it. Do it. So many great undefeated fighters in the sport. It is fascinating which of them is going to end up 50-0, if any. So many championship fights coming up. Manigo against Jacinto Martinez. And I should have put it on fastest. I think Manigo should win this fight. This seems like it would be easy work for Manigo, but you always got to look out for an upset, especially with a guy with 20 knockouts and 29 wins. It's not a bad ratio, but Manigo's taking it to him right now. More good work from Manigo. More good work from Manigo. Even more good work from Manigo. Even more good work from Manigo. He's winning every round. He's just dominating Martinez. Martinez flash knockdown. I was about to say, I swear, right hand on every holy book that there is that I was about to say, Martinez needs a flash knockdown here. I was about to say that in round 8. And he comes up in round 9 and gets that flash knockdown. It's probably not even going to make the scorecards that close. Manigo has been in complete control of this fight and remains so. There's no good work from Martinez to follow up. And if I was Manigo, I would just shell up and take home my title. And that is exactly what he does. 117-109. Despite that lucky knockdown from Martinez, it is still a very lopsided win for the still WBO super featherweight world champion, Joseph Manigo, who needs to get to work on that undisputed. Who is the other super featherweight champion? Or champions? There's Ale Radzhabov. This is not a bad fighter, though. That would be a very entertaining fight. A tough brawler, southpaw. He's fighting Jorge Luis Calderon. 20 punching accuracy, 20 dedication, 20 intelligence, 20 conditioning. This is a nasty fighter. He's really good at the things you can't teach, and that's really, really important. I don't know how many of his losses came in the sim. He's lost 2 fights in the sim, but he's got a very good record in the sim. Not sure exactly what it is, but he only has two of his 6 losses are in the sim. But what I'm saying is, you can't teach dedication. You can't teach intelligence. I think you can train stamina. I think you can train conditioning. But you can't train intelligence and you can't train dedication. He's got 20s in both of those things. That is huge for any fighter. Fight is till next weekend. It's not particularly interesting, even if it is for the ring. I mean, it's for the Ring Magazine featherweight strap. That's kind of interesting. It's for 3 belts. I just don't know either of these guys. I don't know Matt Butcher. I don't even think he's particularly good. And Gui Yao Yang, he's 36-1. That's a really special fighter still. So I guess we can watch this fight. It's next week. There's a cruiserweight title fight too. I'm just not that interested in this one. Let's is this next week? Because we can just go 1 week, yeah. Halloween. So we'll watch this fight on Halloween and then we'll book an event. Andy Fitch rightfully ranked up. He's now top 15 in all 4 belt organizations, number 3 in North America. I want one of these guys fighting for a North American title in the middleweight division. I want these guys. I don't know, maybe I do have them fight each other for a North American middleweight title. Maybe that's a good idea. I'll think about that one. I still really don't want them fighting each other. They can all just clear out the middleweight division, and if one of them can move up or down, I'll just do that. And by that I mean these middleweights. It's just that none of them are big. I think if anything, any of them would have to move down. Fitch would be huge. What's the division below middleweight? Super welter. He'd be a huge super welterweight. He wouldn't even be as tall as Joe Hoon, though. But Joe Hoon doesn't have the reach he does. Right? He's got a super long reach for a super welterweight. Wait. It says change down. Change down. Likely positive effect on punch power, negative effect on resistance, and a negative effect on stamina. I'm just going to keep him here for now. I don't even know if he can beat everybody at middleweight. We don't know how good these guys are yet still. That's the thing about Boxing Manager. It can be a grind to find out if you really have good fighters, because these guys could all not really be worthy of being top-level championship fighters. It ultimately comes down to what happens in the ring, man. It comes down to results. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just luck. That's one of the fascinating things about boxing and the history of boxing, is that, the history is told on the night of the fight, on fight night, when the thing happens. How different history would be if Muhammad Ali had maybe just had a little bit of a different morning the night of the Rumble in the Jungle, if something had just gone a little different that day. Because it's about the minutes you spend in that ring that define history, that define the narratives that play out through generations of boxing fans and the stories that get handed down. It's just defined in that time you have in the ring to tell the story. And the people who are undefeated, they're undefeated because they never made those mistakes. There's an inherent luck to being undefeated people don't acknowledge. And while I talk about that, Matt Butcher just put himself on the map. He got crushed for the entire fight. And see, that is exactly what I was just talking about. Matt Butcher. You know what I mean? The Buster Douglas comparison, almost. Gui Yao Yang not undefeated, but 36-1. Matt Butcher. I'd like to think this fight was in China, flying over to China from the United States, from East Bethel, Minnesota. The Minnesota Matt. And after getting crushed for 6 rounds by the greatest boxer in the history in Chinese history, he lands a flash knockout in round 7. The entire nation of China is in shock. The Butcher has come to town and laid his 11 punch power on the chin of Gi Yao Yang and ended the reign of the WBA, IBF, WBO featherweight champion Gi Yao Yang, and given Matt Butcher the Champ Magazine belt as well. What an astonishing win for a 9-loss road dog in Matt Butcher, who is now a 4-belt world featherweight title holder after getting outpunched 2-1. But those power punches, they're called power punches for a reason. And after getting knocked down in round 5 to an 8 count, Matt Butcher comes back and knocks out Gui Yao Yang. What a moment in history. It's about what happens on the night of the fight. You gotta get lucky to be undefeated. You gotta get real, real lucky to be undefeated. And that's what this game reflects, and that's what I'm saying about it. Is going to be utterly fascinating to see which of the fighters in this save end up going undefeated. It's like the most interesting thing about this game to me almost. It's just that, like, can you get someone to 50-0? I've never done it. I want to do it. That's my goal in this save. Get a fighter to the hollowed 50-0. No ifs, ands, or buts. We're not stopping this game until we have a 50-0 fighter. And I don't mean in the save. I mean in our gym. But I'm always interested to see who will be a 50-0 fighter in the save. Andy Fitch can fight Badu Cody for the belt. That's a little ridiculous. He's only 14-0. That's kind of insane. No? Like, I'm not even sure if I'm going to keep this in. Like, well, we can fight Joey Salinas, because that's what I said I wanted to do. We can fight Joey Salinas for the North American belt. But us being able to fight, I mean, Bill Donnelly, he doesn't want to fight us. I don't know what belt he has. I think probably European. Yeah. So we wouldn't win a belt off of him anyway. But we can fight Badu Cody, who just beat Raskar Wid by split decision. I feel like that's not fair. I feel like realistically Raskar Wid is owed that rematch. See, isn't this awesome? The worlds come together. The worlds collide. We've been watching all these title fights. We watched that Raskar Wid Badu Cody fight that was an absolute stone cold classic. And now look, we're trying to schedule the next fight for Andy Fitch, and Badu Cody is right here with 2 belts on the line, willing to put 2 belts on the line against Andy Fitch. But I'm actually not going to take it. And Andy Fitch might live to regret this, but I'm doing this for the sake of realism. I just think there's no way that Raskar Wid doesn't do a rematch. And if the game decides to do something else, I'll be a little peeved. But the truth is, I'm not going to care that much because I don't necessarily think Andy Fitch, he's only 14-0. He doesn't need to take some ridiculous, massive step up here. He should find a decently ranked guy and knock him off. He doesn't need to be fighting for 2 world championship belts right now when he's still got plenty of growing to do. You've got a North American title fight against Joey Salinas right here. That's very winnable. Why would I not take that? Reggie Watada. No, Reggie Watada's dangerous. We know Percy Mahesh is one of the best fighters on the planet. Hell no, get that guy away from me. We're very familiar with this middleweight division by this point, and it's a minefield. Milan Ferrer, really impressive record, but actually not that good of a fighter. He's another guy we could hand to one of our guys in the future. Maybe Tony Seals can fight him. Hakeem Ormad, and then obviously you have the two of them at each other. See, on that screen it does look like Seals is the better fighter. Andre Foster III, also incredibly dangerous. There's Raskar Wid. Maybe he won't get a rematch because he's ranked so far down. Well, then there's also Damon Molina, who's ranked insanely high. I just feel like Raskar Wid would get a rematch, and I don't think that Andy Fitch would actually get a title shot. I just don't know about giving Andy Fitch a title shot right now, guys. He's ranked. Does that say he's ranked number 1 by the WBO? Okay. You know what? I mean, you know what? Like, I just don't know that he's ready. I was about to say yes, but this is such a tough decision, man. This is why we play Boxing Manager. This is tough. I really don't think he's ready. I really like this Joey Salinas fight. We can just put it off for a bit. See what happens. But there's so much danger of there being a better champion than Badu Cody. But I don't think he's that beatable. He's really good. He beat Raskar Wid for a reason. And who knows how far down the rankings Andy Fitch falls if he loses badly to Badu Cody also. I don't think he can lose badly to Joey Salinas. I think he's going to beat Joey Salinas. So I'm going to book this fight. You guys can accuse me of running. You guys can boo all you want to. You guys can go, no, you want the title fight. We're going to have a title fight very soon. Believe me and trust me. If it's that easy to get a title fight booked, we're only 16 fights into Andy Fitch's career. There's going to be more title fights very soon. And was it a winnable title fight? 25-30%. I just think that Raskar Wid gets a rematch there realistically. Even if that doesn't happen in the game, I think that's what would happen in real life. And I just don't necessarily think it's the right fight for Andy Fitch. And we can also win a belt here. We've got a North American title on the line. We'll give Anthony Rios an easy win over Shakur Chapman there. Tony Seals. Milan Ferrer might be a really nice win for Tony Seals. Experienced veteran with a good record. That'll look good on Seals' record. Did Steve Irwin already fight Rolando Cottrell? I feel like somebody fought Rolando Cottrell. Lamont Spinks III is just a classic boxing name, dude. I want to fight Lamont Spinks III. I don't care what his record is. I mean, we have guys in the top 50 we could be fighting, to be honest, instead of just fighting Lamont Spinks III because his name is funny. I think we'll beat Ricardo Cottrell, but have we fought this guy before? Who has fought him? I feel like someone in our promotion has fought him. Oh, maybe it's just that he lost to Mekdi Yusupov. That's what I remember him from. We'll do it. He's not very good. Flores versus Ricky Greco is another great name from Canada. Angel Lopez. Let's do this one. That's just kind of a good fight. Good little heavyweight tilt. Lopez has a decent enough knockout ratio. We're going to do 2 events. We'll save one for like the prospects. We'll give like Max Rice a headlining spot. Williams needs a comeback fight. It's in 9 weeks, so he's got time to recover. Who did he lose to again? Wait. Stop. Who did Jose Williams lose to? Jesus Perano. Oh, he's got a cut. All right, fine. He's got a cut, so we can't fight him. McCreary versus Cortez Ochoa. Jesus, Darius Mitchell is a monster. Hell no, I'm not fighting that guy. McCreary versus Ramos. Oh boy. Is Ramos still on our roster? Yes, okay. Yeah. Man, that's going to headline the episode. We're making a whole new event. And this is going to be an in-house fight. For a contract. Whoever loses this is getting cut. One of these guys has got to go. Both of these guys have lost numerous fights, have not shown up on numerous nights, and I'm getting tired of that. They're just feeling like a loose tie. You know, I'm not trying to sound like a mob boss or something, but I'm a fight promoter here, right? They're not delivering me quality entertainment. They're going out, they're not throwing punches, they're getting their asses kicked. They've got potential, but they don't show that potential every time they show up to the ring, and it's frustrating. And I want to be a stable of elite fighters. I want to win championships. I want to win belts. I think both these guys have that in them. They have not proven that to me. And putting them up against each other in this match is going to prove to me who has it and who doesn't once and for all. I'm saying as clearly as I can right now, prove to me that you have it or prove to me that you don't. Mano y mano. I can control both corners. I can tell you both to go for broke and really see who has that dog in them, right? Let's go. Ramos versus McCreary. You know, where is the Westchester County Center? Since I can't have the fight in the literal Coliseum. Since I can't have the fight the gates of Mephistopheles at the gates of hell. Oh man, we could have it at the Butte Civic Center. We're doing it. We're doing it. Welcome to Montana. Welcome to the great state of Montana. What an unholy banger of a fight this is. I am so excited for McCreary versus Ramos, man. All right. Let's add some more fights to Fitch versus Salinas. Williams versus Lanny Crawley. That's a blowout. He's just going to win that easy. Let's do it. Let's give him an easy win. Screw it. Oh, I added it to the wrong card. Well, that sucks. Anyway, it's not that good of a fight, and it's way up that card. Dale versus Kuroga. This actually looks like a good fight. So that'll be on the undercard of that one. And then the rest of the fights are going to go on this one. Max Rice. I wanted him to have some good opposition here. Ricardo Arevalo is at least very high ranked, so we'll do that. Pablo Mangual. Yes, sir. McGurk. Tetley. Right. A couple more. Frankie Edwards. Pedro Gonzalez. I don't know about that one. Maybe Russell Colosimo would be better. Yeah. I think Edwards will win that one better. We're keeping Frankie Edwards undefeated for a while. I don't know how good he actually is. Irvin Fitch is another fighter where it's actually important to me that I challenge him because I don't know how good he is. It's Seed Boy. Is that Seed Boy or Sad Boy? Either way, you know what? I just want Irving Fitch to fight this guy. Irvin Fitch is for sure that kind of fighter. I don't mind putting Irvin Fitch up against anybody. I'm never really going to be that confident that he's going to win, but I don't mind putting him up against anybody. Johnny Perez versus Don Reyes. What an unbelievable banger of a fight that is. Thank you. Thank you for Johnny Perez versus Don Reyes. Look at the 80-inch reach on Johnny Perez. Colombian with an 80-inch reach. Bronson versus Reese Kelly. This is kind of a banger. Reese Kelly's kind of a lovable fight. He's got no chin. He can't get off the canvas. If Bronson rocks and this thing's over. But let's see if Reese Kelly can end if this young British challenger can knock off this undefeated French fighter. Could you imagine? Can you imagine how much bragging England would do if they won? Big first round from Bronson. Doesn't look like it. It happened. Reese Kelly. Reese Kelly is the world strawweight champion. France is burning. It looks like the revolution. The British have taken over France. I don't know when that happened in real history. It's the Middle Ages all over again. France. France taking another historical L. It's just like the 1940s. Oh my God. No. Not like this, Ronson. Emil, not like this. He never even unified. He just got in sweet with the IBF and the WBO. Got those belts. He never even unified. Kept taking those under $1 million strawweight paydays. And people kept saying he's taking these easy fights. He's taking these easy fights. He's keeping his 2 belts. He's keeping his easy money. He's big in France. He doesn't have a big fan base in the rest of the world. He's just big in France. He's going to fall off. And then Reese Kelly, the underdog from the UK, from Leicester. They said he had no chin. They said he was stupid. They said he wasn't well conditioned. They said he didn't have good box office. They said he didn't have any grit. Didn't matter to Reese Kelly. It didn't matter to Reese Kelly. He put Ronson on the canvas, and Ronson stayed there. And Reese Kelly is the IBF WBO world title holders, and maybe he'll actually unify. Right, Ronson? See, I never fucked with Ronson. I was never a Ronson fanboy. I was never. I don't associate my name with a fighter like that. Genuinely, I don't want to be seen around Ronson right now. If Ronson wants to come back, he can come back and get his belts back, for real. Ibuki Endo is nasty though too, but I want to see a real badass at strawweight. Ronson was a real badass at strawweight. Let's be real. He probably is still the premier strawweight in the world. As much smack as I can talk about him. Let's take a look at these strawweight rankings now. It's fascinating development, though. Like, who is actually this guy's gross? There's obviously still going to be some great strawweight out there. No, yeah, there's a few really good ones. But, like, Reese Kelly's got the belt. He's not that good. Martin Davila, this guy's pretty good. He doesn't have a great chin. Undefeated Mexican, 16-0. Marco Antonio Reyes, 46-4 at 31. Crazy record. But not that good of a fighter, actually, unfortunately. This guy is insane. Sung Kun Pen Wang. He's 0-1 in title fights. He lost to Sung Min Cha. That was I think we watched that fight. That was a huge fight in China. Must have been. Biggest Chinese boxing match ever, probably, for multiple strawweight titles. But yeah, that's probably actually the best strawweight on the planet. It would be interesting to go through all the divisions and see who the best fighter is, at least in my opinion, in every division. This is a fun one. Japan versus Panama for 2 of the world flyweight belts. That's coming up next week. I can't wait for some of our own fights that are coming up, though. We've got a North American title coming up. And look at Soar versus Garvey here, man. That's going to be a riveting classic. So we have a couple, maybe even a few. Sato Yusupov. No, that probably won't be that interesting. But we've got a couple good title fights coming up here before our event, so we'll watch those, and then we'll do our events, and then probably into what's going to be a very long episode. But I'm happy with this being a long episode. Again, we need long episodes around this time of the series. All right, we're back. Battle of the undefeated flyweights. Kawabata versus Rodriguez. We've watched Kawabata's fights before. He's a very entertaining fighter. We've never watched Rodriguez, but he should be entertaining. Interestingly, an aggressive and defensive fighter at the same time. 20 ring IQ, 20 defensive skills, 20 aggression. He sounds like Floyd Mayweather, but apparently he's from Panama. This might be a crazy scrap. You know, in hindsight, real-life boxing note, it is kind of a shame. I don't think Mayweather ever fought a Japanese fighter. It would have been very interesting to see. Mayweather fight a Japanese fighter of the caliber of some of the Japanese fighters today, because Japanese fighters today, not just Inoue, Nakatani as well, I believe his name is. Yeah, there are some really great Japanese boxers today, maybe better than in any other era. Um, it's always been a bit of an underrated boxing country, if not a little bit of an insular boxing country with an insular boxing culture. Um, but a very technical and aggressive style of boxing as well that I would have loved to see play against a fighter like Mayweather. And Rodriguez is not fighting like Mayweather right now. He's not landing enough. He's not dominating the fight enough. He's having a lot of trouble finding his range against Kawabata. It seems like when he lands, Kawabata lands back with more power, more aplomb. He's just getting the bigger and the better shots in. But Rodriguez controlled that round. He took that round, and he gets off to a good start to round 4 here and seems to be basically back even in the fight. But I still feel like Kawabata has a bit of momentum. He's got ring control. He's landing good shots, throwing more shots, connecting more. Big shots on Rodriguez. And that's the end of round 4. Slow start to round 5. Fighters may be taking a little bit of a breather. Not much happening. No power shots. Kawabata landing a little bit. Someone's going to steal this round here in the last minute. Looked like Kawabata for a minute. Rodriguez throws back. Who knows who won that round? Who knows who's winning this fight right now? Most people would probably say Kawabata. There are probably some people defending Rodriguez. He's had good ring control, and he's definitely managed to keep the powerful Kawabata at bay. He's definitely shown off his defense and his intelligence. He's taken some damage here, though, but he's probably still stealing this round. Yeah. Didn't land the power punches, but far outlanded Kawabata. Did the better work. Outlanding Kawabata again. Kawabata is going to have to start landing power shots or do some significant damage, get a knockdown, really blow out Rodriguez in one of these rounds, because Rodriguez really is an intelligent fighter, clearly. He's able to stay in all these rounds. Look at that. That was a masterclass right there. I mean, Kawabata really controlled that round. It was 10-7 in terms of scoring punches for a very long time. And then right at the very end, Rodriguez gets 3 in and ties it. And this is somebody in his 14th professional fight. He's got 12 knockouts. This is clearly an incredible fighter who, if he doesn't win this fight, is going to come back and win belts at some point. He's far too gifted not to. It's probably just a little early. It's why we didn't do that for Andy Fitch. I mean, it's probably just a little early for Rodriguez at this point. Maybe not. I mean, he's really doing damage to Kawabata, which I can't imagine everybody expected. Kawabata not happy with it, though, taking control of the round, landing big combinations, big punches, and winning round 9. Rodriguez with 2 cuts on his face. Kawabata now bleeding from his nose. But no power shots from Rodriguez yet in this round. Here's some good work from Kawabata, battering Rodriguez there for a brief moment. But Rodriguez coming back very strong. Big shots on Kawabata. Now Kawabata lands back. Rodriguez lands back. They're going back and forth, and it's a big round 9 for both fighters. This is an absolute tilt here. Pick 'em. Pick one. This is a classic. What more do you want? A little clinch work there. You see Kawabata with some ring control to start the round, but no punches being thrown, and now they're exchanging. Now they're trading. Big shots on Kawabata from Rodriguez. Kawabata delivers back, but Rodriguez took that round. Much slower round this time. Unsurprisingly, it was such a big round 9. Round 11, good start for Kawabata. Kawabata continuing to lead the way, continuing to lead the pace. Rodriguez starting to land big, though. Kawabata lands back. Rodriguez lands back. They trade again. It's another big round in round 11. And we head into round 12, and I couldn't tell you who was winning this fight. This really could be a very rare 12-round fight to be a draw. I really might sit here and score this round by round. This is maybe the best fight of the entire save so far. This is a wire-to-wire, toe-to-toe death match, man. What an absolute banger of a fight. Well, let's go. Round 1, it's obviously Kawabata. 2 and 3 to Rodriguez, so it's 2-1. And Kawabata makes it 3-2 him. Now it's 3-3. This is the most even round I've ever seen. My God. I mean, I think Kawabata wins it narrowly because he's got more stoppage and more control. So it's 4-3 Kawabata. It's 5-3 Kawabata. 5-5, 6-5, and even that very narrowly. Maybe you could even give this round to Rodriguez. So it's 6-5 for one of them or the other one. I'm not sure. I'm glad I'm not a judge. And they're both undefeated. This thing might be set up to be a draw in case somebody really shows off. And we're going to watch this on medium. I haven't watched a single round on medium, but I am so engaged by this that I really want to watch this on a slower speed. I don't actually like how slow this speed is. It's so back and forth. Rodriguez is landing the better shots as he has been for a while. You could really make a case for Rodriguez. He's making a statement in this final round. Kawabata trying to come back. He gets the punch stats to a respectable place, but he doesn't have ring control. He throws a little more. Rodriguez backed off there. Card 1 for Rodriguez, card 2 for Rodriguez, and all 3 cards for the winner by unanimous decision. Luis Rodriguez, bringing it back to Panama, unseating the undefeated Hiroki Kawabata. That was an incredible effort from Luis Rodriguez. That was a determined effort from Luis Rodriguez. He has an uncanny ability to stay in rounds. I compared him to Floyd Mayweather just from looking at his statistics, right? Maybe the punch accuracy, like Mayweather probably had like 19 punch accuracy or something, and maybe an even, definitely a higher than 11 takes punishment. But Rodriguez is clearly that kind of slick, defensive, high IQ fighter who's just impossible to deal with and will just steal round after round after round from you. You have to get after him and attack him and finish him. You can't let the fight go to the scorecards. But he's too good defensively, and he's got too much of a gas tank to let you do that. That was an unbelievable effort from Luis Rodriguez. Fantastic stuff. We've got Soar versus Garvey in 1 week. I don't think that can hold a candle to what we just watched. That was an extraordinary fight. I hope that we're involved in a fight like that one day with one of our fighters. Andy Fitch could be very close to that at this point. I like that Andy Fitch is so clouded up. I have no clue why. Gomez. What was that Gomez fight? Is he challenging? Is this like, is Gomez moving up in weight to challenge for something? Yeah, he beat Prescott. Lightweight? What's he doing? Oh, is he unifying? I guess he's unifying. Yeah, he's unifying. So he's challenging for Valera's IBF belt. I see. Okay. So Valera would technically be the defending champion, but he's just unifying all of them. So Gilberto Gomez is going for undisputed at lightweight. Understandable, as he should. And we're going to have a cool run of title fights here after our next round of best too. It's cool how this game works. It's funny how this game works like that. We have our events and there's a bunch of cool fights. And then there's like the title fights and there's a bunch of cool fights. Wow. Oh God, we have to watch this on medium. Oh no. Hit fast forward. Everyone's falling asleep. We don't have this kind of time. I mean, Jordan Garvey is whooping Soar's ass. Soar needs to show up. These undefeated fighters are dropping like flies right now. Soar, you know you're 26-0, man. Big round for Jordan Garvey. It took about 35 minutes, but a huge round for Jordan Garvey. Please put this on fastest. So refreshing. Thank you. And the round's over. Good round for Soar. Good recovery round for Soar. Soar with a decent round, but Garvey wins that. Soar needs to stop taking damage. He does a good job of stopping taking damage there by hitting Garvey a lot. Good round. Another decent round for Soar, but I mean, Garvey is stealing some of these rounds. Garvey is stealing some rounds here, and he's ahead on energy. Soar is doing more damage. It's kind of a slow fight, but it's a big round for Garvey there. Now I think it's hard to argue that he's in the lead, but it's a hard fight to score, especially compared to that last fight we watched. There's so little volume. Like, last fight the punches were 140 to 140. Right now it's 78 to 103. But Garvey has had a big last 2 rounds, and Sora is gassed. And it's a knockdown for Sora. Wow. All right, we're going to watch the last 2 rounds of this fight because this thing's close now. A knockdown for Sora. That's huge there. Completely against the run of the fight. Garvey was really in control, but now Sora has no energy and is the more damaged fighter. Yeah, Garvey off to a good start against the tired Sora. Another big round for Garvey. It's going to be hard to score this fight against Garvey. He's just shown that grit and that determination. 20 power punches. Sora doing a good job landing some things, but no, yeah, he's ahead now. But Garvey, he's just going to keep going to work, isn't he? Yes, he is. He's been Mr. Consistent. And I don't think Sora defended his titles at all. I think Jordan Garvey is leaving with quite a few belts around his waist. Yes, he is. And new. Okay, listen to me. I know that's every belt. Champ Magazine, WBC, WBA, IBF, WBO, World Super Bantamweight title holder, Jordan Garvey. Bringing it back to Bishop Briggs. Come on now, you got to love that for Jordan Garvey. Every single belt. Good for Scotland. Like, it could happen to you. You know? You don't have to, that's what I love about this game. That's what I love about this game. What an opportunity for Garvey, and he took it by the reins. Sora did not show up. It was pretty immediately clear that Sora just was not himself. He did not throw enough punches. He really just didn't. There was not enough work from him. And Jordan Garvey just punches his way to glory. Just willed his way to it. That was an awesome effort from Jordan Garvey. But man, that first fight was absolutely nuts. That first fight was absolutely nuts. Which one was it? Yeah. Rodriguez versus Kawabata. Man, this was yeah. He made $15,000 for that. Luis Rodriguez is going to make a lot more money on his next fight, I will tell you what. His next fight, he's going to make a lot more money than $15,000. Irving Fitch versus Sad Boy. McCreary versus Ramos, man. An elimination fight. An elimination fight. Loser gets cut. First, it's Fitch versus Sad Boy. Will Sad Boy leave a Sad Boy? Looking like it. Half his energy's gone in round one. We're doing 10-rounders all night again for some reason because we hate our fighters. Because we want our fighters to get brain damage, apparently. We want to give our fighters brain damage and then cut them from the company. This is Boxing Manager, after all. That's what we're doing. Brain damage simulator. Come on. We're just taking a lot of damage and we're not throwing enough. We're getting way outscored. Pile on pressure, Irvin. You need to throw punches. There, thank you. I mean, it doesn't really assuage a lot of my concerns about Irvin Fitch. He doesn't throw enough punches. That's always been a complaint of mine about Irvin Fitch. And he needs to prove me wrong at some point and throw some punches. Good first round knockout there by Frankie Edwards. That's better than I expected. 25-1. Russell Colosimo was like, I can get paid to wear big gloves and stand in a ring for 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Okay, cool, thanks, great, sounds good to me. That's exactly what that conversation went like. Darius Mitchell and Michael Hurd. Darius Mitchell well ahead of Michael Hurd in the first round and then knocks him out with one punch in round two. And this is certainly going like one of our undercards. We are getting our fighters some sweet, sweet XP. Come on, Fred Morales. Get some XP for yourself. I thought that he lost, but apparently he did not lose. He's still undefeated, Fred Morales. I have a lot of hope for him. He takes a lot of damage in that round, but doesn't take a lot of damage, which is encouraging. Takes 22 punches and is still in the green. He's dropping rounds a little bit, but This guy's going to be out of energy in a sec. Let's just go to the body one more time. We're still on 42%. Yes, sir. It's natural style. Hell yeah. Keep it natural style. And then we'll pile it on. Absolutely lovely work from Fred Morales. Let's see if Keenan Durocher can keep his knockout streak alive. That's something that's always fun. Durocher with that 11 punch power, but he always manages to get the KO. Let's see. Only at super bantamweight. There's absolutely no reason why he keeps getting knockouts, but he does. He's getting pretty damaged here by Pablo Mangual. These guys are standing and trading. But now, look, he's got a chance. Got him up at 83, did some big damage in that last round. Now he's down at the bottom of his energy. We're going to go for broke here with 1% of our energy left and hope we don't get KO'd. Big. Yeah, well, we took out all of his energy. It was a big round for both of us. We got all of his energy gone, though, which is important. Now we're on even terms. And yeah, see? Now that we're both exhausted, we see Durocher's supremacy, and he's able to chase that KO and get to 10-3 with 10 KOs. And it's so funny how different 10-3 can be. McCreary is the one who's 10-3. Going to be much harder for me to cut McCreary than Ramos. I think this is more of a setup fight for Ramos to lose and to get cut. It'd be a lot harder for me to cut McCreary, but McCreary is such a different 10-3 from Durocher. No, 10-3 can feel so different depending on the context. Rice versus Arevalo. Big first round for Rice. Rice always provides volume. Rice always brings a show. Rice always brings a show. Rice wants to entertain. Rice wants to entertain and bring home the bacon. Man, Max Rice just coming after Ricardo Arevalo. 14-1. Thank you very much. Finish that, Max. Yes, sir. He got a knockdown. Added a knockdown to it. Add a friggin' knockdown to the proceedings. Williams versus Lenny Crawley. First round knockout for Jose Williams. Nice recovery bout after his loss. And here we go. The moment we have all been waiting for. Let's see who's getting cut from the company. Gabriel McCreary, the most promising fighter in episode 1. All the way back in episode 1 when we signed our first fighters, Gabriel McCreary was the #1 most promising prospect that I thought I had signed. Jermaine Ramos I signed as well. They both struggled. They've both shown dire inconsistency in the ring. Gabriel McCreary's 5 takes punishment has just proven him to be, he's not tough for all that stamina, for all that aggression, for all his defensive skills. It's what it says. He can't take punishment. He can't take a beating. His damage meter just flies up into the orange and into the red before we can do anything about it. And Jermaine Ramos just keeps getting knocked out, keeps losing. And at some point, something has to give for one of these guys. And it might as well be in a fight between the two of them. Let's see. The main event of the evening from the glorious Butte Civic Center in wonderful Butte, Montana. Maybe the most anticipated fight in the history of our promotion. Let us see. I am waiting with bated breath for the result of this, and McCreary wants to prove immediately why I thought he was the best fighter on the first day of this save. It's a huge first round from McCreary. Now, Ramos isn't taking super significant damage, but McCreary very clearly won that round, and he's going to pile on pressure. And we'll see how Ramos can respond to a pressuring McCreary, how well he can counterpunch. Not great. McCreary is continuing to damage Ramos. I'll pull Ramos. Wait. I'll just pull McCreary off. Pile on pressure. Because there's no finish to chase. Ramos needs to prove himself, needs to have a good round. But he's still taking damage. He's landing good shots now. Big shots landed by Ramos on McCreary. See, McCreary, he just doesn't take punishment that well. Only 35 punches to the 44. and the damage is pretty much identical. I mean, you see the evidence of McCreary's inability to take punishment right here. It's why we're thinking about cutting him from the promotion. He's just going to have superb defense at all times and barely ever get landed on. And that's not happening. Ramos continues to land on him. And he can land more shots on Ramos. It won't matter. He's going to take more damage. McCreary continuing to pile on, but it takes this much work. He's winning on the scorecards, but look how much work it takes for him to get just the same amount of damage that Ramos can do to him. And Ramos isn't even as good of a puncher. That low takes punishment rating from McCreary is such a lethal flaw in his game. He's landing more big shots, and finally a knockdown. McCreary's power could rule the day here. No. Ramos gets up. Well, it might still. Yeah, McCreary's power probably will rule the day. Ramos having to fight off the back foot to avoid the TKO. Can he avoid the TKO before the end of the round? Yes, he can. But McCreary crushed Ramos in that round. Whatever I said about punch stats before is now null and void. McCreary is way ahead in the fight. We have almost a duty to put McCreary in pile-on pressure now. We have a duty to put Ramos on cover-up. And let's see if McCreary can get a finish chasing here. It's a great start for Ramos, but it's not going to be enough. There's way too much time left for McCreary to work. And Gabriel McCreary knocks out Jermaine Ramos, and what we said before comes to fruition. It was a little bit of a setup for Jermaine Ramos to get cut from the promotion. And that is unfortunately what is going to happen. One of the first fighters we signed, but he never quite got his wings. He never quite got his feet off the ground. This 3 losing streak here, one of them to Gabriel McCreary, who has now fought twice. I feel like Gabriel McCreary was the downfall of Jermaine Ramos, but you know what, whatever. He lost to Mike Smith. He lost a few fights. Arm Prado, he got KO'd by Muhammad Estrada. I believe it was a fight he actually lost. He had this draw. I have just been thoroughly unimpressed with Jermaine Ramos. And he is now cut from the promotion. Goodbye. Kareem Ramos was also a welterweight. Lamont Williams is going to get a contract extension. Been somewhat impressed with him so far, actually. At least putting in fun fights. And a little upgradable, but I don't know if his max potential is actually that special. Angel King is now willing to sign a contract like I said he would. Frankie Edwards has become a very fun fighter. And also, of course, being a local kid. All right, we're ending the night with the Tony Seals World Middleweight title fight. We're starting the night with middleweights as well. Randy Dale versus Carlos Quiroga. The American versus the Argentinian. Round 1. Big first round for Randy Dale. Impressive work. And it's a big round for Quiroga, but Dale with a knockdown. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to go on cover up, because we just got a good counterpunch knockdown. And instead of going on cover up, we just engage in an absolute Hagler Hearns war of fisticuffs with Quiroga, who expends all of his energy pushing us to the absolute limit of our human ability to stay conscious. But the ref does not call the fight off, and we're still in there. We're somehow winning this fight while getting our ass handed to us. We're going to stay on cover up. It's our second round in cover up. It's another huge round for Quiroga, who finally gets the finish. And Randy Dale struggles. It wasn't quite a setup, though. Quiroga's a dangerous fighter. I don't quite love that loss from Dale. I maybe could have used stick and move instead of cover up. He is a good accuracy fighter. He's not a fighter that I mind getting some losses on his record. He's talented enough. He's from New York. He's big for a middleweight, long reach. I don't necessarily love cutting him. I do like aggressively cutting fighters. None of his losses are particularly egregious until that one. He's got good wins over this dude. I mean, Golden Jonathan, 2 wins over Christian Dalton. Actually, that guy sucks. Golden Jonathan's decent though, right? Yeah, he's okay. This guy I think was also alright. Yeah, he's alright. Paul Weeks. I don't know. Maybe Randy Dale is a total fraud. That's not what his attributes are. There we go. I don't think he is a total fraud. I think he's actually pretty good. I think he's actually pretty good. I think he just had a bad night. I think my strategy was off. I think I wanted to cover up too many times. I think staying on cover up like that and leaning on it like that allowed invited pressure, invited volume, and is why we took so many shots. So Randy Dale's got 2 fights left. We're not going to re-sign him now, but hopefully we'll re-sign him after he wins his next fight. That's what I hope will happen with Randy Dale, because I don't think he deserves to get cut. David Flores versus Angel Lopez at heavyweight. This should be an easy win here for Flores. Hopefully it is. Not much in the first round. Disappointing for a heavyweight bout. Flores lands big shots on Lopez. Flores lands more big shots on Lopez. Even round 6. Big round 7 for Lopez. Sorry, for Flores. Big round 8 for Lopez. Big round 7 for Lopez. Big round 8. Big round 7 for Lopez. Big round 8 for Flores. Big round 9 for Flores. Big round 10 for Flores. And that is a very wide win for David Flores over Angel Lopez. And ring control in pretty much every round. He dominated that fight. 2 pretty unoffensive heavyweights. But that was probably always going to be a unanimous decision there for Flores. Irvin versus Rolando Cottrell, not Ricardo Cottrell. Almost a KO for Steve Irvin in the first round. We're going to go look for KO. I think Steve Irvin is a more look for KO fighter. And he gets knocked down. A flash knockdown. Gets back up. He didn't have a great round on look for KO, but I didn't know it was that bad of an idea. Now we're going to be on cover up. And have I messed up Steve Irvin too? Have I screwed up Steve Irvin's strategy as well? No, it's a crazy 5th round there between the 2 super middleweights. But Irvin lands the bigger shots. And in a fight of multiple knockdowns, the fight is stopped on its feet, with Cottrell taking too much damage and too many punches from Steve Irvin, who walks out with a round 5 TKO. That was a very entertaining super middleweight fight and a good win for Steve Irvin. The featured bout of the evening, Tony Seals and Milan Ferrer at middleweight. This is a very, very high-level fight. Milan Ferrer, a respected veteran of the middleweight division with 42 professional fights and 38 victories. Tony Seals, undefeated and looking to prove that he is a genuine middleweight contender, and he does significant damage to Ferrer there in the first round. And now he's going to get to pile on pressure and chase a KO over the veteran, and he gets it. Absolutely whoops him in round 3. The referee steps in and stops the fight, and Tony Seals has the most impressive victory of his career, has an 18-0 undefeated record, and is bringing some pride to New Brunswick, New Jersey. What a big win there for Tony Seals. And now Anthony Rios faces off against Shakur Chapman in the cruiserweight division. Looking for another impressive win. Rios has really become one of my favorite fighters. Probably second to Fitch. You gotta always feel like the cruiserweights are underrated too. Cruiserweight has been a very fun division actually historically. And here we go. The main event of the evening and our first ever title fight. We are absolutely watching this on the slower speed. Rather fast. It's got to be an absolute classic like that one that we saw before for me to watch it on medium. It's just so slow. I don't want the rounds are like 5 minutes long. The rounds are like more than the 3 minutes they say they are when you watch it on medium. I feel like Fitch versus Salinas for the North American middleweight championship. Gotta favor Fitch in this fight. But it's not that Salinas doesn't have anything to offer. He's got that awful combination of aggression and ring IQ that is just so troublesome. And let's see how Andy Fitch can handle it. We passed up a 2-belt world title fight. for this against a guy who beat Raskar Wid. We passed it up for this belt because we didn't think Fitch was ready. So Fitch has got to win this fight, at least in my mind. Maybe he doesn't think that way. He's just fighting the guy who's put in front of him. But from my perspective, Fitch has got to win this fight. Fitch can't lose his undefeated record here. No, sir. But he's taking the bigger shots in round 1 from Salinas, who is the champion looking to defend his belt. And Salinas clearly taking round 1. Fitch might need to start jabbing and moving here. I think he does. Box. Box, Andy. Use your boxing. Not happening so far. Just Salinas is the one finding the jab. Fitch taking the bigger damage. There's a power punch from Fitch. Can he take the round? Doesn't seem like it. Salinas landing the bigger shots, landing the better shots. Could be a Fitch round, could not. Either way, Fitch needs to find his power here in this fight and damage Salinas, which he has not yet done. Now the damage is back more even, but Salinas, big shots, big damage to Fitch there. And now Fitch steps back and gets a knockdown. A big punch from Fitch. Did he just take the belt? No. Salinas struggles to his feet, lands big shots back. Fitch landing clean shots. Man, Fitch taking Salinas to the very brink there, but Fitch has big damage on himself. And we're going to pile on pressure and try to get the finish here. Never tell me the odds. And it's big damage on Salinas. He doesn't have time to make this up. Fitch is chasing the finish. Fitch is chasing the North American middleweight title. But Salinas isn't going to let him have it that easy. He's striking back. Is Fitch actually not going to find the finish in this round? What a miraculous job by Salinas of offensive, defensive boxing. Needing to throw, needing to provide volume, to provide an answer to Fitch chasing the finish. And uses the very last of his energy to give a Herculean effort to just try to get back in the fight, get back in the round, and keep the ref from stopping the fight. As Fitch, somehow, despite landing all that damage early in round 5, cannot get the finish in round 5, or round 4, rather. What a round. But we're going to keep it on pile on pressure. And Andy Fitch is going to try to get the finish here. But it's big shots from Salinas. Is it going to be Salinas chasing the finish now? Fitch starting to throw. He's got Salinas back against the ropes. Salinas landing big shots. They're both up against it. And finally it's ended for Andy Fitch. They were going blow for blow, practically out on their feet. What an effort from these two gladiators, from these two warriors, and Andy Fitch comes out on top. The new North American middleweight champion of the world, Andy Fitch. Yes, sir. That's our first ever world title. What a big moment in the save. Look at that. Doesn't that look good? Regional champion. I say regional world champion. The North American middleweight champion of the world, Andy Fitch. And there's all the fights it took him to get there. Look at all the KOs. And an absolutely great fight to close it out, too. We really might have a special fighter on our hands, Ben. We really might have a special fighter on our hands in Andy Fitch. And we've got new contracts to give to some of our best fighters, but we're going to end the episode with a little scouting. We advance 1 week. See if I can get the game to make some new fighters before I scout. Awesome that we won our first belt, and it's just a matter of time before Fitch gets a shot. Sadar Yusupov won Fighter of the Year. Very, very deserved. Still undefeated. Lots of great wins this year. 3 knockouts on the year. A very impressive first-round KO of Joey Munoz, we all remember. In a very anticipated fight that ended very quickly. Let's do some scouting. Man, I am still fired up from that last fight. That was an awesome fight. Trayshawn Washington, undersized, light heavyweight. Jose Edwards from New Jersey. Jose Edwards. Why did I say that kind of zesty? Ring IQ, punching power, aggression. You know, he's not bad. I feel like maybe we could move him down to super middle. And that's like starting to convince me. Just don't know how high the potential actually is on Jose Edwards. Keep him in mind. Let's go to the bottom here. Jeremy Wilson, no. Vaughn Walker, absolutely not. Who's this guy? No. All these welterweights. Whew, look at this guy. Isaac Allison, he's huge too. 6'2". I mean, it's super welter. But that's big. That's smaller than middleweight. Yeah, I don't like the on the canvas, but does on the canvas matter that much? If we can sign this guy, I absolutely will. Yes, sir. Take a 5 fight. I'm very excited about Isaac Allison. I don't know if we have anybody in the super welterweight division. Well, we do now. Yeah, we certainly do now. I mean, low ring IQ can hurt you, but that guy is going to make his presence felt. Believe me, that guy is going to make his presence felt in the division. Antoine Gomez, I'm okay. Danny Butcher. Abel Cash. Damn, he's big. 6'9", 86.3 inch reach. Takes no punishment, has no defense. This guy will be a fun figure in the heavyweight division, but I'm not going to sign him. I'm sure somebody will let him fight, though. I'm sure he'll get some fights, and there will be some fun results, but I'm not going to sign him. Poor Tenoch Titlon Cruz. Does that say 8-19? Poor guy. Poor guy hanging up. That doesn't say 8-19, man. That says 3-19. He's also 6'9" with an 87-inch reach. I'm like, bro, he's just getting cooked out there. Maybe pick a different line of work. You can be a bouncer like Matt Easy. You don't have to box. Like, you really can't just be a bouncer at some club. You really gotta get your ass kicked. Like, you're 6'9". Like, security work, man. Like, I'm not even trying to be are there really dudes like that in real life? Where it's like, I gotta box? Like, there's other jobs for dudes of that height to do other than literally. Like, if you're good, you're good. But, like, if you're just getting cooked, I don't know. I hope I'm not offending anybody. Eric Quintero. This guy's like a mid heavyweight. I'm not going to sign him either. That's Scott Diaz. Scott Diaz is just missing a lot, obviously. He's only 19. Who was that other guy we were looking at up here? How about Adam Bird? Kind of all over the place. Oscar Darter, no. Was it Joshua Cruz? He's from Rhode Island. That's kind of funny. No, not that guy either. I think we looked at Quincy Nava before. No. Just being so picky. Emmanuel Lopez from Lubbock, Texas. I think I thought about signing him. I don't like the 9 stamina. Saul Quigley. Was Jose Edwards the guy we were looking at from Jersey? Let's sign this guy. I feel like he's low risk. He's not as good at that as that other guy we just looked at, I know. You guys are going to be frustrated. But I just feel like he's low risk. I just feel like he's low risk. And there was that other guy we were just looking at. I kind of want to go back and give him another glance. It wasn't Quigley. Was it Emmanuel Lopez? Yes. He's got good aggression. He's an okay puncher. Doesn't have much defense. He takes punishment well. He's dedicated, which you can't teach. He's got good intelligence, which you can't teach. But he doesn't have good stamina. He doesn't have good ring IQ. He's undersized for a super featherweight. He's got a long reach, though. Very long reach, actually. For 5'3", 76-inch reach is gigantic. Maybe. He's an interesting super flyweight. I'll say that. And maybe a good development project. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah. If he'll sign, I'll sign him. Let's take Emmanuel Lopez. Maybe one day I'll regret that I took so long for me to make the decision. I'll give him a 5 fight. I'll give him a 5 fight because I regret doubting him so much. But that's a fun way to end the episode. You know what? Actually, first, Let's just sign some new contracts. Give me some relief. Gotta love a good Tony Seals re-sign. Gotta love a good Anthony Rios re-sign. Again, just a huge cruiserweight. Anthony Rios is one of my favorite fighters, man. Anthony the Reach Rios. I don't know. There's got to be a better nickname than that. I got to come up with a nicknames for some of these guys because, these fighters, I'm starting to really feel the connection to some of these fighters, especially Tony Seals, especially Andy Fitch, man. Awesome that we won our first title in this episode. This was a great episode, really classic episode, full of really nice volume fights in the save, just getting fighters' records buffed up. It's important to have these long episodes where we rank up our fighters and get our fighters some progress, so that we can get into those episodes where we have big championship fights, like I'm sure is coming up for Andy Fitch. And in this episode, let's just check what Andy Fitch has available. If he has a title fight, he doesn't, but we could do an absolutely insane. Nah, we're not going to do Tony Seals. I'm not going to hype you guys up that much. Gun Crusher has risen up the ranks, though, with Andy Fitch. You could do Fitch versus Crusher, too. This time is a ranked fight. We've got this decent fight against a Kosovoan. So there's nothing super crazy, actually. Milan Ferrer. Klaus-Peter Teichmann, we talked about before, but he's really good. So there's nothing crazy for Fitch right now other than Seals, and we're not going to do that. I do wonder if Tony Seals has a title shot, maybe. Because he's 18-0. But he doesn't have any North American belt, yeah. His best fight is Andy Fitch. That would be for the North American belt. He's got this fight against Gabby Riquet, too. He'd win that. I'm not sure what the middleweight title situations are. Usainov has a fight lined up, and Cody should have a fight lined up against Bill Donnelly. So he took Bill Donnelly. That's frustrating instead of Raskar Wid. Bill Donnelly also beat Raskar Wid, though, so you know what? That's the second fairest fight. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Raskar Wid lost to Badu Cody and then lost to Bill Donnelly. So that's entirely fair. Bill Donnelly is the guy who should get the title shot. That's entirely fair. I'm not mad about that at all. Okay, cool, good. I'm looking forward to that fight. Okay, so all is good with the world. All is good with the universe. We didn't have Andy Fitch go into a kind of, let's be honest, unrealistic title shot for 2 belts. I don't know what Andy Fitch did to deserve a 2-belt title shot, to be honest, against Badu Cody. But Badu Cody is going to now fight Bill Donnelly. And with that, I'm ending the episode. It's late. This has been a long one. I'll see you guys next time. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of big, fun fights booked in the next episode. I'm already trying to make more fights and see what's up. See what I can book. See how high ranked some of these guys are. Just got excited about the prospect of maybe Anthony Rios. Oh, he can't. Yeah, he can. Oh, they don't want to make it, though. All right, come on. I got to end the episode here. I'll see you guys next time.